And then some of them they don't. It's like they spoon feed you and then they turn around and slap you in the face, be like, hey! Hey, what's this evidence? What are you supposed to figure out? Hey!
Here comes the airplane. Here's the evidence.
And they turn right around and go, hey! Wake up! No more spoon feeding! You gotta figure this out without any knowledge! Don't know why I'm tired. I slept 6 hours. Anyway. So, there's a lot going on. So, Athena is being accused by Blackquill's sister, Aura? I don't know how to say her name. And Edgeworth is finally back, and Blackquill's gonna end up being executed tomorrow for a crime he apparently didn't commit. How did Athena's mom die to begin with? Who killed her? Guess we're gonna find out. December 20th, 3:11 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 5.
I did a little research. I looked into those special psyche locks you mentioned, Mr. Nick.
You did? It's great. I really appreciate it.
The red psyche lock protects a secret a person is consciously trying to hide. The person folds under questioning, the lock breaks, and the truth comes out.
Yep, that's exactly how I got the truth out of Detective Fullbrain and Director Cosmos.
But a black psyche lock protects a secret from the deepest place in the person's heart. A secret that the person isn't even consciously aware of.
So, they don't know what's there?
Athena isn't trying to keep anything from you on purpose. For some reason, part of her heart and her memories are sealed off, even from herself.
Okay. What to do is break the psyche locks.
According to my research, a black psyche lock is like a heavy chain directly around one's heart. If they were ripped off by force, it could cause permanent damage to a person's soul.
What? Wait, what? What? In other words, if I'm not careful, it traumatized Athena for good. Girls, could you stay by Athena's side? Must be suffering under the weight of burden. Hi, Papaya. I know, she's gotten so big!
Alright. But will you be alright by yourself, Mr. Nick?
I'm not trying to sound like a little girl anymore, but keep her voice. It's kind of difficult. Up against Edgeworth. Be able to give this trial all of my focus and strength.
You can't do that if I'm there. I'll just hold you back.
No, that's not it. I just meant I can relax and concentrate if I knew you were with Athena. I was confused what you meant I was doing by a fine job, and then I just realized you're the only one who can do it, Pearl.
Alright. I'll do it then. Good luck, Mr. Nick.
Good. My mind is on you. Better get ready. Let's tie up the evidence and take out what I don't need. It's time to end this nightmare that started 7 years ago. This is the 3rd time I'm cleaning out my evidence! How do I know I haven't thrown out something extremely important? What are you throwing away? Phoenix! What are you throwing away? December 20th, District Court. Room number 4. Fence. In the gallery. The roof has been completely blown off and the walls have collapsed. Hey, ruin is my battleground. What the frick? Oh, hi! Clunko! Why are you here? Port or some Base Asylum? What? This is Salem. Therefore, is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes. Not a fast smile, old man. This is a proper, official trial. Why are you still here? Take this more seriously, or you'll start hearing the bones of the hostages snap. Please try not to upset Miss Blackquill. I'm begging you. My daughter's in there. Court is now in session for the very serious and very proper trial of Athena Sykes. Edgeworth. You look so weird in 3D! And when did you get glasses? This is no trial. Nothing more than a ridiculous farce. What did you say? Edgeworth! Did you not hear what I just said to His Honor? However, this ridiculous farce has a very important meaning for our legal system. Recall the case of the UR1 incident, which a prosecutor was found guilty of murder. That case ushered in the odious dark age of the law. So everyone's just gonna ignore the fact of your mentor also being a murderer and framing you? Trying to frame you? I see what you're after. If we can find the real truth behind that case today. Precisely. The darkness will be dispelled and glory shall be restored to the court system. Prosecutor Edgeworth, sound as if you know something of this truth. I do indeed. A new suspect has emerged in the UR1 case. For 7 years, Simon Blackquill has refused to speak in order to cover for someone else. It's yourself, Phoenix. Here it comes. I'm sorry, right? But the situation is what it is. I must do what I must. Prosecution moves to indicate Athena Sykes on the count of murder in the first degree. That planned murder? What the frick? Why are you people even here?
Regardless the circumstance, I intend to question the defendant with all I have. For that is a part of my creed.
Do you even need the glasses?
Then you'd better bring it. If the two of you are ready...
I finally heard the judge's voice!
Court is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes.
Your Honor, the defense was born ready.
I can't sound like any of these people.
Prosecution is also ready.
Wait, I thought all the courtrooms were taken, but not all the judges? Why is our normal judge here if all the courts are in session? Wait a second! This immense tension between us. Like we're picking up right where we left off. My duty to clear Prosecutor Blackquill of false accusations and end this insanity. But I have no intention of losing Miss Sykes either. She's a very promising young lawyer. You know, without a doubt, Athena isn't. But I don't think Prosecutor Blackquill... So, have any clue who was responsible for the sabotage? At the very least, I know it wasn't Simon Blackquill. I don't know enough to identify the true culprit, but it's clear what that person is. But it's simply... spy. Who's there? Is it possible... people that are associated with the incident 7 years ago is... Solomon... Blackquill... Were you even around? Yeah, you were around. You can... Please? Could it be Is it possible? Is Candace? True culprit is a spy. It's going to be hard to convince anyone of that when I barely believe it myself. That's the question. It's clearly not Athena or Apollo. Can't be Trucy. Clay was dead, so obviously not him. Not gonna be Juniper. She was too young. Solomon... Even though he was in both incidents, he wasn't the culprit considering the second time he was drugged. Blackquill. I don't think Bobby was... yeah. Maybe. I doubt it was her because after she died, the bomb exploded and the detonator got stolen by the actual person. Can't be Yuri because Yuri has taken steps to try to prevent people being killed. Honko. Ew. Sure. Pushing so hard on this, but I don't think you would kill her because I think you guys had a lover relationship. Can't be Klonko, obviously. Girl is not good. Is it? Trying to figure things out without actually doing anything. But is it possible? No. Wouldn't. Trying to work things out in my head, but out of all of them, maybe the people I know, the only one that seemed to fit, that doesn't seem to the only one. Trying to figure out who it is without actually playing. Gosh dang it. Do I even know who the real killer is? Do I even know them? He has an alibi at the time of the bombing at the Space Center. The only one I can think of it being is Aura, but I don't think she would kill Metis. Because she clearly liked Metis. What? Look, the only people that don't fit, that don't have an alibi, that don't make sense in all of this, that are actually part of the case is Aura and even Fulbright. Because Fulbright was there at the Space Center. But how do I know that he didn't... Oh no. Yeah. Either it's gonna be a very obscure, gonna be freaking Fulbright, though I very much doubt it, or it's gonna be someone I haven't even met yet. Which means I can't necessarily accuse them unless we get them on stand. Who knows? Well, we'll find out. We'll see. It's going to be hard to convince anyone of that when I barely believe it myself. I don't have a choice if I want to save Athena and Blackquill and expose the spy. Why are you winking? Now then, Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth. Because we never met Fulbright before. Only showed up when Will was being the prosecutor. Not sure. Anyway. No need for the Chief Prosecutor bit, Your Honor. I am here as a simple prosecutor. Very well. Your opening statement, please. Prosecutor Edgeworth. As Fulbright was... Oh, court. Was in the court when the bombing happened. Fulbright... When there was the bombing incident, he was there. In the courthouse. He was also there at the Space Center. At the Space Center 7 years ago? Only showed up in... Anyway.
Although, I've been known of late to give an impressive opening statement myself. All the trials I have ever seen, the prosecution gives an opening statement. But, of course, you're right! I was just joking. Just having a little fun.
But he wasn't doing them just out of fear. Interesting.
Let's start with a brief overview of who are ones. The incident occurred at the Cosmos Space Center 7 years ago on October 7th.
It is possible for Fulbright to be... Something's clicking in my brain and I don't know if it's a forced puzzle piece or not. Would have been 26. He could have definitely been on the time.
The victim, psychologist Meta Sykes, was killed in the robotics lab on the 4th floor.
Athena's mother.
Simon Blackquill, a young prosecutor at the time, was found guilty of the crime.
He was only 21 when he got arrested too.
There were two deciding factors that led to his guilty verdict. One, Blackquill was the only person in the corridor to the lab at the time of the murder. And two, this photo, which captured the moment of the crime.
I mean, it could be a completely different party.
Very incriminating evidence indeed. It would appear that the only conclusion is that Prosecutor Blackquill did indeed.
He's holding.
Are you kidding me? I'm not accepting any conclusion of the kind. This opening statement is over. Now, hurry up and call the witness.
Let me... something.
Excuse me, Miss Blackquill, but we must follow proper procedure for these things, you know.
Or perhaps we should heed her wishes, Your Honor. She is the trial's sponsor, after all. Besides, the courtroom is chilly, and sitting for too long can't be good for your back.
Oh, you are very kind to show such concern for the welfare of the elderly.
How old even are you? Freaking like 20 years ago and you still look the same. I don't understand how old you are. Are you an eldritch god that refuses to age? Skilled as ever at playing the court puppeteer, I see.
The prosecution calls its first witness. A witness who decided to bring forth a new testimony after 7 long years.
Who? New testimony. Just who is this witness anyway? Who? Someone I haven't met? Or Fulbright! You were there! You were there! That's only proving it! That's only proving my theory that you're... Wait! Wait a second! Why are you everywhere? That's only proving my point! Fulbright, you were there 7 years ago? You're the spy, you're the bomber, you're the murderer, aren't you? For both cases! You are, aren't you? Wait! Wait! This man has to be! Oh, hi, expressionless. I'm thinking Fulbright is a freaking murderer bomber, dude! Bomber, spy, murderer, man! Fulbright! That makes sense! Wait! You were there! And you were possible! It's so possible! You were there 7 years ago? And then you were there again at the Space Center when the second bombing happened, and you were here in the courtroom when this bombing happened, and you were there when people were murdered. You were there! You're the killer, aren't you? Bobby Fulbright's the name, and justice we trust. Until you bomb everybody, huh? What are you doing here? I'm just here to speak for the hostage taker, Miss Aurora Blackquill. Oh, you weren't there, so... Oh, gosh dang it. I jumped to conclusions. She says she's too busy. Well, with confining and threatening the hostages and all. That doesn't seem to stop her from constantly chiming in through Clonko. I'm nothing more than an observer in this. Do your best. I'm watching you.
Believing her brother innocent, Miss Blackquill has been conducting her own investigation. Though her current actions are hardly unlawful, I think we can at least hear her theory.
I have here Mr. Blackwell's notes on the investigation she conducted. And I'll be giving testimony based on these notes. Here I go! Were you there 7 years ago? Were you? Were you there? Simon isn't the murderer. He was just trying to cover for someone. Someone else was at the scene of the crime. They say Simon committed the murder. I mean, if he really was out to steal that moon rock, then why the rolling case? Because he was using it to hide someone inside. That's why. And the only person small enough to fit inside that case was Athena Snikes? Athena Sykes! And that's Miss Blackwell's theory. It totally goes in the face of the official ruling, huh? About the case she mentioned. There were other ruling cases like that one in the lab, but they're not for traveling. They're apparently for moving parts and equipment.
Vaguely remember seeing 3 cases, all different sizes.
At the last trial, they thought that Prosecutor Blackquill used the case to steal the rock. And they had a perfectly good reason to think that too. See, there's a security camera in the corridor that leads to the robotics lab. And that camera captured footage of Blackquill leaving the scene with the case.
You can see why the footage helped to bring his trial to a quick end. Very convincing, that's for sure. 7-year-old video FDA and a corporate record.
Let me... Shut up! Shut up!
Trying to see... Isn't it animated? Why is it just a still image?
That case, by the way, was later discovered outside on Space Center grounds.
Speaking of after the incident, where was the defendant Athena Sykes found? She was found on the 5th floor of the Space Center, Sykes' family residence. Prosecutor Blackquill most likely brought her there after the incident. In addition, it's unknown where Miss Sykes was at the estimated time of death.
Aren't there more cameras? They didn't want to repeat of that special trial with Emma? Miss Sykes was too confused by the shock of her mother's death to give proper testimony. And there was no witness or evidence to tell us where she might have been.
So what you're saying is, Miss Sykes didn't have an alibi? That is what the evidence is saying, yes.
Understand the reasoning behind the theory. I'm far from convinced. The victim is the accused mother. You actually claiming an 11-year-old girl.
Of course. The girl had a very strong motive.
Dr. Sykes was a psychologist who wrote many papers about speech and emotions. You're aware of Athena Sykes' special ability, aren't you, Your Honor?
Are you referring to that therapy thing? Yes, she's done it quite a few times in court.
The ability to read emotions from speech. the subject of her mother's research.
Well, as long as it benefits society, I don't see any particular problem researching it.
Unlike where this is heading. Not one bit.
Dr. Sykes was so intent on her research that she forced her daughter to undergo experiments.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you seriously suggesting?
I've done my best to be delicate, but even you can't deny it to be true, Mr. Wright. No longer able to withstand the anguish of the experiments, Miss Sykes felt her only choice was to kill her own mother.
Ah! What? Oh. Oh.
Order. Order in the court. What a tragic story. I hardly want to believe it myself. But we must proceed, Mr. Wright. If you could. Detective Fulbright, please refer to the notes.
Fulbright, where were you 7 years ago?
Hold it!
So Prosecutor Blackquill willingly accepted a death sentence to protect someone else?
Yeah, yes, that's precisely what Miss Blackquill appears to believe.
He does! Edgeworth has some really big hands, huh?
That is what I believe as well. Prosecutor Blackquill is no murderer, Mr. Wright.
But Athena Sykes certainly didn't kill anyone either, Mr. Edgeworth.
So it appears neither of us can afford to go easy on the other. Fine. I expected no less.
Whoa, I remember this tense atmosphere. It's so invigorating.
I'm only reading notes here, but yeah, I feel extra invigorated too. So let's keep going.
Hold it!
Oh, hi, Yagama. But that's just speculation.
Objection!
No, Miss Blackquill has proper grounds for her claim.
Objection!
Then why didn't you say so in the first place?
You're the one who screamed, "Hold it," and cut me off.
Fine, so maybe I jumped the gun by a teeny weeny bit.
Now I know what they mean when they say close enough to argue. Moving on!
I mean, if he really was out to steal that moon rock, then why the rolling case?
Hold it!
What do you mean by that? This rolling case. I suppose you mean the one that existed in the photo with Prosecutor Blackquill in it? But was absent when the crime scene photos were taken?
Yes, that's the one. Miss Blackquill has drawn a conclusion from these two photos.
She has? What was that conclusion?
You're the one with her notes.
Oh, right. Of course. Read them now. So, why the rolling case? Because he was using it to hide someone inside. That's why. And, how do you propose he hid a person inside one of those cases?
We've forgotten that we saw just such a thing only the other day. At your own daughter's magic show. You fit a grown person into a small box.
You come and see Trucy's magic shows? Do you also have a Mr. Hat? Mr. Hat trinket? Oh yeah. Way to ruin the memory of a good day.
A magic show. I wish you would have thought to invite me. I want to go.
Actually, I would have liked to go too. you want me to invite everybody? Oh, my apologies. I'll invite you both next time. I promise. So, wait a minute. What were we talking about again? Magic shows, and apparently Edgeworth goes to Trucy's.
Prosecutor Blackquill was using the case to hide someone. And the only person small enough to fit inside that case was Athena Sykes!
But that's nothing more than conjecture, and it's hardly the only possibility. In that case, what do you think Prosecutor Blackquill had in that case? I think it was the moon rock.
Objection!
There were 3 cases at the scene. Prosecutor Blackquill used the largest one. The moon rock was egg-shaped and only about 8 inches in diameter. It wouldn't have made any sense to use the largest case there just to move that rock.
Objection!
Be that as it may, it doesn't prove Miss Sykes was inside.
Then let me ask you this. Can you come up with a better theory of what was in the case?
Well, Mr. Wright, can you?
Yikes. Give the guy some time to think. Let's see. I tried to bluff my way through what could have happened in that case. Could have been in that case. Woo! Bluff. I know exactly what Prosecutor Blackquill carried from the scene. Have to find something else that was missing, right? No sweat.
Oh, I'd be very interested in hearing your theory. It's true, that is.
This is a crime scene photo taken after Prosecutor Blackquill left, correct? All we have to do is compare this with this photo of Prosecutor Blackquill to see what's missing. If he took something with him, then it should be in one of these photos. Hey, luck. Fail me now.
Alright then, Mr. Wright. Let us hear your theory. What did Prosecutor Blackquill take from the scene of the murder?
Take that!
Please, notice that there's a robot part on top of the cart in this photo. However, in this photo taken after the crime, the robot part is gone. In other words, this part is something that was taken from the scene of the crime.
You do appear to be right. I don't see it in the second picture.
It's just a piece of junk. How important can it be? Is it really just an insignificant robot part? Speaking of which... what are you looking at? I'm gonna start charging for each glance per eyeball. Stingy, stingy. What happened to the age of free previews? Your Honor. About this robot part. Doesn't it look like it could be the arm from that robot there?
Well, now that you mention it, it does, doesn't it? But the case is still too big to be practical for just the moon rock and a robot arm.
Was it really just one arm that was in there? Wasn't Athena in the case, then maybe... I believe there was another robot at the scene that looks just like the one here. Your Honor, it is the defense's assertion that it was this other robot that was in the case.
What?
Objection!
We can't be certain that part belonged to a robot. Yes, it looks like the arm of one before us, but it could be something else entirely. Besides, it's wrapped entirely in bandage, making it difficult to verify what it is.
Not that one. Look at this. Yeah, okay, I know what it is.
Objection!
I know for a fact that it is a robot arm. I can even tell which robot it belonged to, just by looking at it. With this information, we can investigate whether it was there at the time or not.
But Mr. Wright, I thought you were more of the technologically illiterate people. When did you become such an expert? Feel somehow abandoned. People my age should—
I'm not your age!
But you don't understand technology.
Not to worry, Your Honor. Still know next to nothing about machines. But I know this piece of evidence proves which robot this arm belonged to. Oh, I know.
Take that!
I went around in a circle for no reason. The robot in this picture is named Ponko. But take a look at Ponko's arm. It was Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that.
She must have thought the machines heal in the same way that people do. What an adorable, naive mistake. It reminds me of my own grandchild.
The robot arm at the crime scene had the same bandaging wrapped around it. In other words, this robot arm could belong to none other than Ponko.
Order of the court. Order, I say! Prosecutor Edgeworth, what do you have to say to this?
I see that the robot is about the same size as a child, but it cannot grab its knees and curl itself up into a ball. Even if it was the largest of cases, the robot couldn't have possibly fit in there.
That case does come up to about mid-thigh on Prosecutor Blackquill. See your point. The robot is much taller than that.
Got me there. So then, did Prosecutor Blackquill make Ponko fit in the case by dismantling her? Of course Ponko would fit. All Prosecutor Blackquill had to do was dismantle her. Once taken apart, the robot could have easily fit inside that rolling case.
It appears to be a robot assembly device.
Disassemble anything in a flash. Push the dismantle button. That sounds pretty neat. Can I push it, Mr. Nick?
It sounds rather violent, but Mr. Wright does have a point there.
Objection!
Except that there was a body on the table where robots are dismantled and assembled. There would have been no room to take the robot apart.
Objection!
But what if it wasn't done on the table? What if the katana was used instead?
You mean the sword?
Yes, Your Honor. Miss Blackquill, I'd like your opinion as a woman of science. Isn't it true that the katana could have been used to take the robot apart? I suppose so. Their joints are made of a very tough material. A blade could slice through them. Thank you for your expert opinion, Miss Blackquill. Thanks to you, we now know that the existence of the severed arm in this photo proves that Ponko was taken apart. In addition, since the rest of Ponko was not found at the scene, we can conclude that the true meaning of this photo is very different from the original interpretation.
You can't mean...
That's exactly what I mean. This photo does not capture the moment of the murder. It is instead a picture of the moment after the robot was sliced apart. The blood you see where the arm was cut off was transferred there by the bloody katana. Most likely, the rest of Ponko is scattered around Prosecutor Blackwell's feet. Not hearing this. Therefore, what was transported inside that case was not the defendant, but a robot. Miss Sykes never was at the scene of the crime of the murder. No. My head, my body. Where am I? Gah.
Order of the court.
It's true that Ponko was found in pieces after the murder. And I'll admit, I repaired her myself afterwards. Photo of the crime update in the court record. Yes, I'm finally making some progress. Hopefully, I've gone at least one step closer to proving both Athena and Prosecutor Blackquill innocent.
Objection!
Well played, Mr. Wright. You've made your point abundantly clear. I can see that it wasn't the defendant inside the rolling case, but the robot.
Alright. What's going on here? It's never good when he plays things this straight.
Does the prosecution withdraw its claim that the defendant was carried from the scene?
No, Your Honor. My claim hasn't changed.
Objection!
But Ponko and Miss Sykes wouldn't have both been inside that case.
Objection!
The notion that the case was used to carry Miss Sykes was Miss Blackwell's theory. I have been of a different opinion from the outset. Now I finally have the opportunity to voice my theory. Thanks to the defense.
Edgeworth. It's been one step ahead of me this whole time.
In that case, how do you propose the defendant left this crime scene?
Simple. The footage only shows Prosecutor Blackquill from behind. What's more, he's holding his arm in front of his body, as if he were holding something. Or someone.
That's hardly evidence.
I have proof. The surcoat Prosecutor Blackquill was wearing. The victim's blood was found on the front of it, and the stain had a highly distinctive shape.
A blood stain with a distinctive shape. Please continue, Prosecutor Edgeworth.
7 years ago, the defendant was known to constantly wear a certain item, of which there is only one in the world. A special pair of headphones made just for her.
She always wore these big, looking headphones. She said her mother made them for her, a part of her research.
Analysis showed the blood stain to be in the exact same shape as these headphones. In other words, this was no mere blood splatter. The blood went from the victim's body to the headphones, then was imprinted onto Prosecutor Blackwill's coat like a stamp.
A most gruesome stamp indeed.
Blackquill carried Miss Sykes, who had been hit by splatter, away from the crime scene. This proves that Athena Sykes was, without question, present at the crime scene. And that concludes the prosecution's argument.
Nah!
Order. That the defendant was indeed at the scene and deepens the suspicion against her.
Objection!
But we've also shown that the robot was there at the scene as well.
Objection!
I hope you're not making the ridiculous claim that a simple robot was the real murderer.
Don't really think that, no, but... Can't see the possibility isn't there. Detective Fulbright, was the robot questioned at the time? No, I don't see any record of it. I believe it was considered unrelated to the case. But as it turned out, the robot was actually integrally related. Your Honor, the defense would like to call Ponko to the stand.
Oh, robot witness. a robot, but only in science fiction. Order of the court. Prosecutor Edgeworth, what do you think about this?
Mr. Wright has called all manner of witnesses to stand over the years.
Yeah, didn't I call a parrot one time? There was a parrot. I think I remember the parrot.
So why not a robot? Nothing surprises me anymore with it.
After the parrot.
Very well. I will allow the witness. Bailiff, please summon the robot named Ponko.
Witness, please state your name and occupation.
My name is not Witness. My name is Ponko.
Yes, I realize that. But when you are at the witness stand, you are the witness.
No, I'm not. I'm Ponko. Say it with me. Ponko.
What an utterly inflexible little robot.
You're the last person who should be calling anybody inflexible.
You remind me of my grandchild who just learned his own name. Oh, how precious.
Alright, Ponko. I'm going to ask you some questions.
Questions. You have questions. Hooray! What are your questions?
I want to know if you were there at the scene of the murder of Anita Sykes. It was 7 years ago on the 7th of October around 2 p.m. in the robotics lab.
Certainly. Just one moment. Searching. Data. Search complete. Yes, I was there in the robotics lab.
It would seem this robot's testimony is necessary to this case after all.
This is great. Just knew Ponko must have seen something important.
A murder committed right before this poor little girl's eyes. It's inexcusable.
Judge.
Hate to break it to you, but Ponko isn't really a girl. The judge seems ready to adopt Ponko as another grandchild.
So, little Ponko, do you think you can give us your testimony today? I'll give you a lollipop.
What I saw.
I went to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. for my regular recharge. Just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Metis. And then Mommy Metis fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything. All after I charged up, I was cleaning the room, and Mr. Simon came in, and then an error occurred. There is no data after that point.
Well, it sounds like the defendant was without question at the scene. However, it doesn't appear that the witness saw the actual moment of the murder.
I disagree. This testimony shows that the defendant did indeed commit the crime.
What?
At the end of the day, we mustn't forget that the witness is still a machine. Being a robot, its understanding and capacity to express itself are limited.
So, what are you suggesting?
The witness statements need to be interpreted. For example, the terms hugged and then later fell down. Adults don't usually fall down after being hugged by a child.
They don't, but...
Yes, what this witness's statements are telling us is that the defendant stabbed the victim with the murder weapon during this moment.
What? That's a serious jump in logic, Edgeworth. What the frick?
Before Miss Sykes hugged Dr. Sykes, did the two of them converse?
Yes, they did. They spoke to each other very loudly, but I don't know what they said. Athena is usually so quiet, so I was surprised.
Spoke very loudly. We can interpret this as to mean they argued.
I see. Murder after a heated argument, and the victim fell down. I agree that it does sound like a reasonable interpretation. However, Ponko doesn't seem to remember anything that happened after that.
When I am recharging, I go into sleep mode, but I remember everything before that. I have a very good memory.
You may as well admit defeat now, right? Cross-examination would be useless.
Don't be ridiculous. Cross-examination is never useless.
Till now. Think about it. Robots don't lie. This robot is both an important witness and valuable evidence at the same time.
Nevertheless, I will have my cross-examination.
I see you haven't changed. And you never were one to worry about wasting time.
Very well. Even if it may be a waste of time, you may proceed, Mr. Wright.
I'll show you both just how fruitful any cross-examination can be. I even cross-examined a parrot! I remember the parrot! Blah blah. Regular recharge. Your regular recharge? What is that exactly?
I have to refill my battery's power, or else I stop working. I go to the lab to do that.
So the recharge occurred around 2 p.m., around the time of the murder.
That's right. I go every day at 2 p.m.
Hold it!
Hugged her, huh? Which Edgeworth took to mean stabbed her with a weapon. Said the two of them were talking before Miss Sykes hugged her mother, is that right?
Yes, they were talking very loudly, but I couldn't tell what they were saying.
Couldn't tell? Even though they were speaking so loudly?
I'm only allowed to listen to voices that are directed at me.
If you listen to every voice, it would be little better than a mobile eavesdropper.
Well, that explains why some of Ponko's testimony is so vague.
The shame that our little friend wasn't listening in, however. We could have learned what they were talking about just before Dr. Sykes was killed. Now then, what happened after that?
And then Mommy Metis fell down.
Hold it!
I don't want to delve too deeply here, but... Could you tell us how the victim appeared and acted at this moment?
Mommy Metis was very surprised when she was hugged. I heard her heart pound.
Her heart?
Is right. We've forgotten about this document we found in the robotics lab. These robots have a heartbeat detection system.
Now that he mentions it, I do remember reading something like that there. They detect the presence of people by the sound of their heartbeats. But wait a minute. That means Dr. Sykes really did die at this moment. Ponko, how was Dr. Sykes after she fell down? Did you still hear the sound of her heartbeat?
Let's see. The moment she fell, her heart was pounding. After that, I don't know. I started recharging just then. Let me look at court record. Wait a second.
Instantaneous. Her heart would have been pounding. Of all the unlikely timing, if you had heard anything after that, it could have possibly proved that the hug wasn't actually the moment of the murder.
I'm very sorry. I'm afraid I don't know. I'm very sorry.
Robot is designed to go into sleep mode automatically so it can't be helped. But it doesn't appear it detected an increased heart rate at the moment of the stabbing.
After Mommy Metis's heart started pounding in surprise, she fell by the window. It was the round window on the workbench side of the room.
The workbench, huh? Workbench. The window by the workbench. Didn't land in them. Ponko must be talking about that table to the right of where the giant robot is now. Is there something critical in Ponko's statement just now? There is. That's the opposite side of the room where the body was found! Your Honor, I believe the statement is critical. I'd like it added to her testimony.
Very well. Ponko, would you please add that statement to your testimony? That's a good little girl. I'll be sure to adopt you after the trial is over. I want another grandchild.
Mommy Metis fell down near the round window on the workbench side of the room.
Hold it!
Let's see. There are 2 round windows in the robotics lab. Which one did you mean?
The one on the right, near the hanging scroll.
Hanging scroll. Yeah, that's the opposite side of the room.
That hanging scroll was Mommy Metis's prized possession.
Okay, and the pictures of the crime scene from 7 years ago, there's definitely a hanging scroll and a Japanese theater mask hanging on the workbench side wall. But is there some problem with the statement? Yes! There is! ChatGPT! After I charged up, I was cleaning the room, and Mr. Simon came in. Prosecutor Blackquill. I wonder what he went there for. His objective? I don't know. I don't know. Guess I can't very well ask Ponko to speculate. So, what happened after Prosecutor Blackquill arrived? And then an error occurred. There is no data after that point. You don't remember what happened next? An error, huh? I wonder if all data is suddenly cut off at that point. I don't know anything after that.
The answer to that question is right here. According to the defense's theory, this photo shows when the robot was being taken apart.
Exactly. We can conclude that Ponko's error was the result of her being dismantled.
Indeed. The bodies of these robots are designed to be controlled remotely by a separate computer.
Yes, that's basically what Ms. Blackquill explained to us too. She said their hearts and memories are stored on a separate computer.
When the witness was taken apart, she lost the use of her body, but not her memories. That's how she's now still able to give testimony about the events of that day. Fascinating. As if she can be seriously wounded, but her soul still burns.
There are a few parts of Ponko's testimony that are hard to interpret. Edgeworth chose to interpret hugged as stabbed. But I better try to iron out who did what, where, and to whom for myself. Hold on, Athena. I'm going to save you. Midas was probably dead before Ponko came into the room. And then when Athena came in, she was screaming at the person who killed her mother, shoved them in a corner and ran off, and her headphones probably fell off. Probably scared. And then Blackquill came in. Do I present this one? Presenting. There we go. That was right. Ponko. Your statement may have just inspired a breakthrough. I was helpful. Hooray! I'm so happy. Just to be sure, and let's go over it again, okay? The victim fell down near the window on the workbench side of the room. However, her body was discovered on the operating table.
But the operating table and the workbench are in 2 different locations.
Exactly, Your Honor. We've just learned a new, crucial fact. What could explain the 2 very different locations of the body? I'll tell you what. The victim moved. What? No! No! What? The victim moved. An 11-year-old girl couldn't have moved the heavy body of an adult. So the only explanation is that the victim walked to the operating table herself. In other words, what Ponko observed near the workbench couldn't possibly have been the moment of the murder. Is it possible it was a suicide? No, I doubt it.
I am very relieved to hear that. Glad to know that the murder wasn't committed in front of little Ponko here.
Yes, as we just heard in the testimony, Miss Sykes hugged her mother, nothing more.
Right. It's been 8 years, but you're still just as green as ever.
Why do you have glasses?
Green. But I can't recall ever seeing Mr. Ryan in anything but a blue suit.
He meant metaphorically, man! Hey, blue's my favorite color! What can I say?
If the defendant couldn't move the body herself, she could have had it moved for her.
Moved for her? But Miss Sykes and Dr. Sykes were the only ones there.
I agree. Since this robot is equipped with a heartbeat detection system, it would have been aware of another person's presence if someone else had been there. We can therefore conclude that the defendant and the victim were the only ones present. Then who do you suggest moved the body? Don't you think it's in the nature of a robot to help people do things?
Miss Panko. Panko?
Allow me to ask you a question.
My name is Panko. Say it with me. Panko.
I believe you said you were cleaning after Dr. Sykes fell down. Did you happen to move something large onto the operating table?
Yes. Yes, I did. Athena asked me to.
Athena asked you to.
And what did you move, little Panko?
I don't know. Unless something has an ID tag, I can't tell what it is.
An ID tag, you say?
Yes, a tag with a barcode on it. We robots scan them to tell us what a thing is.
That paper in the lab did mention something about that. Recognizes people by scanning their spacesuits or uniform jacket ID tag, it said.
So it would appear that Miss Panko here can't identify what it moved.
My name is Panko.
But we humans have the power to imagine what it was, do we not?
We do!
Well, I do, at the very least. Miss Panko, on the defendant's command, move the body onto the operating table.
Gah! No, I think Athena was trying to fix her! Panko, did you really move Dr. Sykes' body? This is really important. Isn't there any way you can tell us?
I don't know. Without an ID tag, I can't tell.
Give it up, right? If the victim's heart was stopped, the robot's detection system would be useless. Furthermore, Dr. Sykes usually wore her white coat while she was working. Kept the jacket with her ID tag on it draped over a chair in the robotics lab, and only wore it for special occasions. In other words, the victim wasn't wearing her ID tag at the time. From the robot's point of view, her body was simply just another object.
Objection!
But Panko is equipped with a facial recognition system. If she really did move the victim, she would have recognized the body as Dr. Sykes. But she didn't. So that means...
A face can easily be covered with a piece of cloth, a mask, or anything else of that matter. With her facial features hidden, the robot wouldn't be able to tell if it was Dr. Sykes.
Right. Oh, frickin', there is a tissue there. That was used to cover her face. But why is there blood in it? Well, she was cleaning up. Yeah, that's true. Oh, so where'd the lighter go? How about the lighter? I think what happened, could be wrong, but somebody killed her, and Athena walked in and got her moved onto the operating table because she thought the operating table would fix her, like it did with the robots. And somebody was actually wearing Midas's coat, and they got rid of it and ran out of the room.
That's right. To summarize, Miss Sykes was stabbed her mother near the workbench. Then, using the robot, she moved the body to the table, where she removed the sword that was stained in blood.
Order. But if that's the case, then I have a question. Why did the defendant move the body to the operating table in the first place?
She thought she could fix her.
You want to reason. Very well.
What? You can't possibly have an explanation.
Your emotions blind you to the truth. You can learn a lot from our robot friends. Calm and rational thought will open your eyes to the truth in front of you, Miss Wright. Now then, you remember the operating table's one special feature. I believe I read that robots can be assembled and disassembled there. Isn't that right? That's right. And to the defendant, who was just a child at the time, the table was like a magic box that can make robots appear or disappear in seconds.
In the end, my mom just put her on the operating table and fixed her in a flash. I was so impressed by what my mom did. I even asked if she would put me on the table and fix me if I ever got hurt. It looked just like magic to me. What she could do.
You can't possibly be suggesting.
This young, sheltered girl had a difficult time distinguishing robots from people.
But take a look at Ponko's arm. It was Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that.
You must have thought that machines. She must have thought machines heal in the same way that people do. What an adorable, naive mistake. Reminds me of my own grandchild.
No way. I refuse to believe it.
Miss Sykes made a childish, naive, and cruel mistake. She thought that if a robot could be dismantled and vanish without a trace.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, if you're about to claim what I think you are, I demand that you word it as delicately as you can.
With all due respect, Your Honor, all I can do is present the truth as it stands. The reason the defendant moved the victim's body to the operating table.
Hold it!
No, don't say another word. Just stop.
Was to dismantle the evidence so that she could get away with her crime.
No! Edgeworth, it's backwards! No! Edgeworth! No, she wanted to fix her! No! That can't be. It's not true! It's not true! She put her on the operating table to fix her! It's not dismantle, it was fixed!
Order. Order of the court. Order of the court, I say!
Edgeworth, she was just a little kid. How can you say such a horrible thing?
Horrible.
You yourself refrained for a murder when you were a kid! I feel like you would have some sympathy towards another person!
Like I said, you're just as green as ever. I came here today as a prosecutor to seek only the truth. No more, no less. My theory is simply the result of a rational consideration of every possibility.
What about the possibility that she put her mother on the table to fix her, huh? What about that? Why is it immediately to get rid of her mother's body? That's not right, because that isn't right!
Objection!
He has a very dark mind. Really? That was the only reason why it was rated in, because of young Athena covered in blood? What? But dismantling isn't the table's only function. It can make repairs as well. It's conceivable that Miss Sykes moved her mother to the table in order to fix her.
Suppose that could be another way of interpreting it.
It makes more sense than dismantling someone's body, Edgeworth! Especially if she thought her mother was dead and thought that she could fix her on an operating table that she watched robots be fixed on!
But this dismantle or repair doesn't matter either way.
What do you mean?
For murdering her mother, Miss Sykes may have come to her senses. Perhaps she did not want to make it appear as if it had never happened. And that's why she tried to repair her mother. Yes, it's one possible explanation.
No! Edgeworth! You dark... No wonder your name's Edgeworth. You are one edgy man. That is not the only explanation. Edgeworth, no. She saw her mother dead and she was trying to fix her! That's what happened! You jerk!
But, well, considering poison, drugs, and, yeah, mentions of poison and drugs, I would understand why, this is rated T.
But we mustn't forget the facts of this case.
And also people dying.
The victim was observed to fall down after being hugged by the defendant, and the body was moved per the defendant's command. These two facts that indicate the defendant's guilt,
remain unchanged. This just can't be true!
Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence to refute the prosecution's claim?
Evidence? Right. Let's see. Can't think of any. I'm afraid I don't have any evidence.
Since becoming chief prosecutor, I've learned that the truth isn't always pretty. Now, accept the truth, Mr. Wright. Your subordinate murdered her own mother. Your Honor, the prosecution demands a verdict. The hostages have suffered enough. What a terrible and tragic conclusion. The defense has no counter-argument. I see no need to further prolong this trial.
First argument seems solid enough, but there's no way Athena could ever have done anything like that. What do I do? It has to be something, but I can't think of a single thing. Who's objecting? Funko? No. Ooh. Blackquill. Hi.
Prosecutor Blackquill. This is quite the farce you are conducting here. I could die from laughter. Prosecutor Blackquill, what are you talking about? What I'm talking about is that your argument is based on an entirely false premise.
Go on. We're listening. Could this be the miracle I need? But what is Prosecutor Blackquill trying to pull here?
7 years. 7 long years. This case has been on my mind. Not for an instant did I not think of it. I'm the one who killed my mentor. And don't think you can alter that fact now. Your baldness, I will take to the stand. And I won't take no for an answer.
Oh, of course, Prosecutor Blackquill. Please, go ahead. You finally gonna talk about it? 7 years ago.
I went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes. But when I got to the robotics lab, I found Athena there instead. I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. And then, I committed the act. How cathartic it was.
But little Ponko here witnessed the victim falling. Another
Objection!
I don't need any of your other words, old man. I can guess what happened.
Which would be...
She fell means she fell. Merely that. A mother-child fooling around. Perhaps she tripped. Not that it mattered. When I entered the lab, there was no trace of Dr. Sykes to be seen. There was no dead body either, of course, meaning she must have left the room.
So the murder occurred after the time period Ponko described in her testimony.
You should hardly take stock in the words of a wind-up fool.
Objection!
Then how do you explain the fact that the defendant had the robot move something?
Athena was always tinkering with robots on the operating table to amuse herself. She always had Ponko move the heavy ones for her. That day was no different. Ponko moved a heavy robot for Athena.
Where even is Athena? This is awful. He's saying seems to make sense, and yet...
Objection!
Prosecutor Blackquill,
Are you trying, even now, to turn away from the truth? Don't you realize we can bring the Dark Age of the law to a close today?
Objection!
You expect too much from me. I'm just a murderer, beyond redemption. Why don't you just let me go so I can settle down in hell? Prosecutor Blackwell's execution is tomorrow. The truth doesn't come out now, it's all over.
Or you say that the little girl and the robot had nothing to do with the murder?
That's right. Let's hear your verdict. If we don't hurry, I might miss the ferry across the Styx.
Hi.
Who's holding? Don't you dare, Judge. Don't forget, I have hostages over here. And Simon, how long are you going to cover for her? Miss Blackquill.
Forgive me. I never wanted you to do anything like this for me. But you agreed to it this trial. You have a counter-argument, then present your evidence. That's the rule of the courtroom. Isn't that right, Chief Prosecutor? Blackquill. Selfish.
Well, to be frank, I don't like this. But it's my duty to make a decision. If no one has a counter-argument, I will announce my verdict. Is this really happening? Is it really going to end just like it did 7 years ago?
I wanted to do it so bad. And now, I want to fly out of here and go save him.
No, I can't tell her. But how can I lie to Athena? I can't prove Prosecutor Blackwell's innocence in this trial. I don't think Athena will ever forgive me. Bring Athena to the stand. I can't let this happen. But I just don't have the evidence to counter Prosecutor Blackwell's testimony. Athena. Hold it. Athena? Athena? Ha! I did it! Where did you come from? Why are you all over here? You weren't here a second ago. Athena, what are you feeling okay?
I can hear it. I can hear the voice of his heart. He's hiding something.
He really is. Could sure use Athena's help here. Her power might be just the thing to get us through this.
Objection!
Sykes Dono. No need for you to chime in here. Just accept that you're innocent.
Objection!
Past 7 years. Been just as hard on me, no?
What are you talking about?
Do you remember that horrible, horrible trial? Please, you have to listen to me! He didn't kill her! His heart is screaming that he didn't kill her!
Even now, every time I stand in a courtroom, it comes back to haunt me. Not being heard. How hard you try. Like so helpless. God, people stares. Stare that feels like your chest is in a vice. Terrified of courtroom. I want to run out that door even now. Yet, a way to keep your fears at bay and become a lawyer. Thanks. That's because one day, I came to realize that I had to fight. I couldn't give up. I exercised hard and I studied hard. I wanted to become the strongest lawyer I could be. This day has finally come. The day I've been looking forward to with all my heart. This is why I became a lawyer. This,
I studied psychology. It was all to save you. False conviction.
But Miss Sykes, do you realize what it would mean? You are the accused, after all. If you prove Prosecutor Blackquill innocent, then...
The only thing that matters is the truth. My duty to find out what the truth is. Simon, please give me this chance. Chance to shake off this fear that's been with me for 7 years. And to face the truth.
As being so brave. Confronting your past like this. Might really be the last chance to save them both. Prosecutor Blackquill, please testify one more time about the incident 7 years ago.
Fine. But your efforts will surely be vain. For I am not a man who can be cut down easily.
Here we go, Simon. Let me hear the voice of your heart. Are we listening out? Oh, we are. Okay.
I went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes. But when I got to the robotics lab, I found Athena there instead.
You look so young! And not as pale! And the white part of your hair isn't there.
I would not be swayed from my purpose. Wait for Dr. Sykes to... Then, maybe I... how cathartic it was.
That's weird. Are you happy that you killed her? Ah, what? Really? Wait a minute. Really isn't... Him being happy killing somebody, is it weird? Don't know. I think maybe we made a mistake, Mr. Wright. I think maybe you're right. Let's take another look. Must be an unexpected emotion here somewhere.
Got it!
Okay, now when he's first happy. Okay. This feeling of happiness. Even though the person you were looking for wasn't there, you felt happy. Why is that?
Simple. I was looking for Athena. I hadn't found her yet. I grew worried. But when I saw her in the robotics lab, I was happily relieved. Merely that.
Why were you looking for Athena? Just now, you said that you went to the Space Center to kill Dr. Sykes. But the first thing you did was look for her daughter instead?
I had no intention of harming Athena. I wanted to confirm that she was safe first. It's just a part of my plan. Nothing contradictory about that.
And yet you killed her mother. Gah! Second, I find an inconsistency. He cuts it down. Simon knows the principles of analytic psychology. There's less noise now. But I don't see any instabilities we can latch onto. Afraid of that. Just have to keep chipping away at him. Then, bit by bit. You update his testimony, Athena? Got it, boss. Go update. And bets! What? Update it for that?
I found Athena in the robotics lab. I was relieved. But I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to...
Wait!
And when she did, I plunged the katana in.
Now you're suddenly sad? Where'd this come from? Why are you now sad? Not even you can falsify your emotions, Prosecutor Blackquill.
What?
When you said that you killed Dr. Sykes in your testimony, you felt sadness. Why would someone who had lain in wait to kill her be sad at her death?
Such an obvious attack. Yes, I felt sadness. But it wasn't for her. I felt sorrow for Athena and her circumstances.
Gah! He can't be talking about that. Can he? It's just a convenient subject for her research.
Dr. Sykes was so intent on her research, she forced her daughter to undergo experiments. My objective was to save Athena from an obsessive scientist who treated her own daughter like a research project subject.
What?
I went to the psychology lab first. That's where I would usually find Athena playing. But that day was different. I heard someone crying at the robotics lab next door. It's Athena being subjected to yet another experiment. Thought as I went to see.
Wait a second! You mean that she was like, wait, what?
Conveniently, Athena had cried herself to sleep, so all I had to do was wait and kill.
Why he was relieved when he saw Athena. But is the story really true? Sure how much to believe. It's right? How are you doing, Athena? Still hanging in there? A lot stronger than I look, boss. Now, take a look at this. Noise level actually increased. What? That's weird. Went up? I've never seen it do that before. That's weird. Mr. Blackquill is lying somewhere in his testimony. Matter of fact, feeling lie on top of lie. An attempt to make his claim sound more believable. He's trying even harder to suppress his true feelings, and that's what's causing the noise. How in the world should I approach this? An evidence-based approach might work if I can find a contradiction. Otherwise, I should look for an inconsistency in his emotions.
There are no flaws in my testimony. His baldness is prepared to give his verdict. Give up on this lost cause and let the law free these chains already.
Objection!
I don't think so. Not while I'm around. Now, contradictory testimony or inconsistent emotions. Which should I tackle first? Emotions. Get that out of the way. Okay, let's look for inconsistent emotions. Got it, boss! But if you want to try looking for a contradictory statement instead, just let me know. I can easily switch over.
Of course, I was worried. I hurried over and opened the door to the robotics lab. But before I could lead Athena out of there, curse my luck, Dr. Sykes came in. I refused to hand Athena over, so I had no choice but to kill my mentor.
I'm surprised that
Got it!
That not it? That wasn't it. Ah! Dang it! A lot more shock.
Got it!
Okay, it was this one. How odd. Why would you register surprise at opening the door to the lab?
Alright, fine. I'll explain if I must. What surprised me was Ponko. That toy figure attacked me. Dr. Sykes knew full well of my plan to rescue Athena, but she couldn't stand guard over her daughter 24 hours a day.
So Dr. Sykes had Ponko do it?
That's right. She ordered Ponko to forcibly remove me on sight. We slashed Ponko up with the katana that was there in the lab. That rickety old puppet wasn't worthy of that fine blade.
Mr. Wright! Happening again! There's even more noise now! Oh, it's back to 100! Lovely! 100% now. What's going on here? Whenever we find an opening, he covers it up with lies. We'll never get rid of the noise at this rate. Pretty hard to keep telling coherent lies like that. Mind and will really are as sharp and strong as a katana. Alright, try to tackle first this time. to his testimony. That probably opened up something. I think there might be an inconsistency in Prosecutor Blackwell's testimony.
Alright, let's give it a thorough check then.
With a feeling of dread, I opened the robotics lab door. Just then, Punko attacked me. I retaliated by cutting into me. But before I could lead Athena out there at Christmas, Dr. Sykes came in. I refused to hand Athena over, so I made no choice but to kill her.
That's Henry, you sliced him up after the murder. Compounding lies with more lies is never the answer, Prosecutor Blackquill. Take a look at this photo.
That's the photo of the supposed moment of the murder, isn't it?
How many more times must I see that which damned me for my sin?
The ironic thing is, I think this picture is actually going to be your savior now. See the blood stain on the end of Punko's arm where it was severed with the katana?
I hope you aren't claiming it's the robot's blood, Mr. Wright.
No. Most likely, the blood was transferred there from the bloody katana.
The katana already had blood on it. So then, it must have been the victim's blood.
That's right. But if that's the case, we found a glaring inconsistency. You said in your testimony that you cut up Ponko and then you killed Dr. Sykes. But in spite of that, the victim's blood is already on Ponko's arm in this picture.
What? But that couldn't be.
Exactly. In order for the blood to have transferred from the sword to Ponko's arm, the victim must have been stabbed first, before the robot was slashed. In other words, Prosecutor Blackquill, your entire testimony is nothing but one giant ball of lies.
God!
Tell the court the truth, Prosecutor Blackquill. Now!
You have no idea what you're doing.
Nice. So much discord. We're not just one or two. Bunch of rampaging emotions here. Hard to describe. A violent whirlpool or something.
Phoenix Wright, you will pay for this. Never have I been forced to reveal so much, but the rest I'll take to my grave.
Prosecutor Blackwell, you are on the witness stand. You're obligated to tell the truth. Isn't that the rule of the courtroom?
All of these complex emotions seem to be flowing from one source. I think whatever he really saw that day is what's causing these feelings.
Ah! I got scared by this again. You're feeling everything?! How do you feel all emotions at the same time? So intensely! What is this?
Following the sound of crying, I opened the lab door, and then I saw it, that terrible scene. But before I could lead Athena out of there, curse my luck, Dr. Sykes came in. I had no choice but to kill my mentor.
I think it's the robotics lab, honestly.
Got it!
What about that? The root cause of all these emotions is this. No, it's not. It's not this. What do you mean, snacks?
Actually not getting a particularly big reading there, Mr. Wright.
Guess that's not it then. Could be causing Blackwell to react with all these emotions all at once. Gotta be something in this one. It's probably Tina. Think about it. Oh, yep, it was. When you opened the door and saw Athena, you became overwhelmed by your emotions. Isn't that right, Prosecutor?
You should know better. And though it's pathetic, admit I'm terrified to speak of it.
Prosecutor Blackwell, Miss Sykes is innocent. I will always believe that with all my heart. Here it comes. Now, can't you find it within yourself to believe in me too?
Athena is innocent, huh? Can you honestly say you believe that to be true? Right, Dono?
I give you my word. Now tell me what you really saw when you opened that door.
Curse you, Phoenix Wright! It's a tragedy, one I'll never forget. When I arrived at the lab, Dr. Sykes was already dead. He was lying on the operating table, while the bloody katana lay on the floor. And standing between the two, covered in blood, was Athena. She smiled, far off look in her eyes. She sweetly said, This is creepy!
Something's wrong with Mom. So I'm taking her apart to fix her.
That's what I saw. Now you have it. The truth that you so desperately wanted.
No. Prosecutor Blackquill finally tells the truth. And this is what it is? It's beyond devastating. I need to take another part. All coming back? Athena? Athena? What's happening?
So, was me. I'm the one who killed my mother.
Athena?
As I said, right, the truth isn't always pretty. Murder, disassembly on an operating table, a scientist using her daughter as a guinea pig. Sadly, it appears that my theory was correct after all.
Objection!
It's true that Athena didn't like her mother's research, but you dare cast aspersions on my mentor by claiming Athena was used in such a manner. Dr. Sykes could be awkward with people. She loved her daughter with all her heart!
She loved me.
Your mother hated to see you suffer because you could hear the voices of people's hearts. She wanted to set you free of your pain, so she worked tirelessly on her research. Do you remember those headphones you hated so much?
Yes. My head hurt every time I wore them.
No, Athena. It's just the opposite. They emitted sound waves to nullify emotional input from the voices of people around you. Your power was much stronger than it is now. Those headphones were what enabled you to carry on with everyday life.
No. True. Why? Like that. But he loved me much.
Her love for you was real. That I can guarantee. That's why I knew that what happened had to have been some kind of mistake. I couldn't let you be punished for it. So you took the blame yourself. You and your mentor are more alike than you know. Panko was a witness, so I put in the case, held Athena close and vacated the lab. I threw Panko away in the boarding lounge trash chute. I hid the case on the Space Center grounds. Would seem that we now have all the facts of this case.
We don't. There's quite a few things that we're missing. Wait a second. No, not yet. It can't end like this.
Do not disgrace yourself, Mr. Wright. The truth has been revealed.
No, it hasn't!
Or are you the type of man to turn your back to things that disagree with you?
You're the one who does that. I'm not. But this... I can't give up now. I have to say something. Anything! Even if it's a bluff! I've always managed to pull through that way in the past. I have to make it work! The defense is, prepared to present evidence. Mr. Wright. Yes, Athena? It's okay. Up now. Don't want you, anyone else, suffer longer for my sake. Athena! What are you saying? I killed Mother. That's the truth. It's just like Prosecutor Edgeworth said. Face it. No matter how much it hurts. But please be granted just one chance. Well, everyone will recall.
It appears Miss Sykes is much braver than you, Mr. Wright. What say you, Your Honor? In light of her courage, will the court give Miss Sykes this opportunity to confess?
I feel sad.
Very well. Then if you would, please take the stand, Miss Sykes.
Make me do this. Prosecutor Edgeworth. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Prosecutor Blackquill. For letting the truth be known. Now we can really move forward. Everyone's suffering can come to an end.
Dina. Prosecutor Black will be cleared and the dark age of the law can come to an end. Yes, admit your guilt and bring everything to its conclusion.
I killed my mother. Well, there's no question. Remember it. The weight of the weapon. The feeling of its stinging. I remember the breath of her blood go down the handle. Honor. Find me guilty.
I dare say, these are all memories that no one but the murderer wouldn't have. See, thank you for your confession. I believe the trial has gone on long enough. But before we conclude, does anyone have a counter-argument?
I cry.
Objection!
Phoenix! I knew you were gonna do it, but that still scared me! I do, Your Honor.
Mr. Wright!
Mr. Wright! Why? Killed her! I remember it now! Any counter-argument now is pointless!
Objection!
Don't tell me you've forgotten one of the basic tenets of lawyering. Always believe in the client to the bitter end. Athena, you are not a murderer!
Objection!
I said that you never change, but could you have actually regressed in these 8 years? I won't stand for your childish emotionalism getting in the way of the truth.
Emotionalism? Don't lecture me on matters of the heart, Edgeworth. Because I can see straight into a person's soul. Magatama! Magatama! These are not broken!
I did a little research and looked into those special psyche locks you mentioned, Mr. Nick. Athena isn't trying to keep anything from you on purpose. For some reason, part of her heart and her memories are sealed off, even from herself.
Still a chance. Somewhere deep in Athena's heart. It'd still be a memory that not even she knows about yet. It'd be like looking for a grain of sand somewhere in the cosmos, but still, that memory might contain a new fact that can prove her innocence.
I hope for everyone's sake that you are not just bluffing, Miss Wright. Now then, is there or is there not a problem with Miss Sykes' confession?
Oh, there's no question I remember it. I remember the weight of the weapon in my hand. Feeling of it stabbing in the deep. I remember the warmth of her blood that flowed down the handle onto my fingers.
There's definitely something wrong with her memory of the event. I can just tell.
If there is a problem with her confession, please prove it to the court now.
The blood didn't reach the handle.
Take that!
Isn't that the katana the defendant used to kill the victim, Mr. Wright?
I respectfully and vehemently disagree, Your Honor. I remember it! I remember holding the weapon! I gained blood on my fingers! That's exactly my point. The blood really did get on your fingers while you were holding it. There should be blood on the handle. But please focus on the handle of the sword. There's not a trace of blood on it. And therefore, this is clearly a contradiction of the facts. You're right.
Oh my!
Objection!
The defendant must have simply confused a portion of her memories. She mentioned it was hazy to begin with. We can't mule over every minor detail.
Objection!
But she also said there's no question I remember it. A fact we can't ignore.
In that case, why don't you explain what this contradiction with her memories means?
Gladly. Just give me a sec to think of something. I want to say that Athena didn't stab anyone. But she said it herself. She remembers the feeling of committing the act. Think, Phoenix, think! What could the contradiction with Athena's memories mean? Blood was who I thought the defendant used it differently. Miss Sykes said blood flowed down the handle, but the katana's handle is spotless. So, doesn't it follow that the defendant must have used a weapon other than the katana?
What are you up to this time?
This is it. This time, I found just the thing to end Athena's nightmare for good. The weapon that took Dr. Sykes away was the katana. That much is for sure. If I can show a possibility that Athena didn't use the katana, it could help me prove her innocent.
Different weapon, you say? What weapon would that be exactly?
Right. Of course you would ask that.
I can see your flounderings. Did you speak without thinking again, as always?
I need to check something. Checking. Wait. Is the toolkit missing the knife? Is it missing knife? I think the utility toolkit's missing its knife. How does he do that? But I can't back down. Not here. Not now. That's right. I did. Because it's so obvious it doesn't require any thought. Okay, so maybe that was an exaggeration. But there has to be something! Is there another bladed weapon in the robotics lab that day? Maybe there's something in one of the crime scene photos. Wait a minute! There is something! There's a high probability that that was in the lab. I don't have that particular weapon here in evidence right now, but I do have a piece of evidence just like it. Other than the katana, this is another blade that may have been at the crime scene.
Take that!
But that's the burr weapon in the Clay Terror case.
Yes, this is the knife that took Mr. Terran's life. But there must have been a knife just like this at the scene 7 years ago as well. Toolkits containing utility knives like this one are issued to the Space Center employees. And a robotics lab, especially, would naturally have one of these around.
Objection!
But, besides the katana, no other bladed weapon was found at the site. It was in the investigation report, if you didn't know.
Of course I knew that. Told me just now.
Then here's something else you already knew. There was a toolkit at the scene, but it didn't contain any blades. Here is a photo of its contents.
Yeah, but there's clearly... Edgeworth? Edgeworth! You dumb man! What the... Edgeworth! There's clearly one missing!
Right! Don't see any kind of bladed tool.
Fine. There's something odd about the design on the handles.
Therefore, there was no other bladed weapon in the tool.
Objection!
I disagree. This toolkit contained a knife.
And what proof do you have of that?
Don't tell me your eye for art is failing you too, Mr. Edgeworth.
You are the last person in the world who should be criticizing my aesthetic sense. No. He's simply watching out for your ocular health. Please proceed, Mr. Wright.
Is that why he has glasses? It is extremely dumb! There is clearly something missing! Notice that the handle of each of these tools have a sort of design on them.
Oh, see that they do. But what significance does that have?
Ah! Idiots! There's clearly an empty slot! How do you... What? It's clear that one of the tools is missing from this kit. We rearrange the tools into a specific pattern. You might be able to tell which part of the overall design is missing.
That theory your pitiful sense of aesthetics helped you come up with.
Maybe you do need those glasses. Because clearly you can't see well. Yeah, I didn't even read. I didn't read your chat by this just now. But yeah, Edgeworth, let's let it go, man.
Show the court then, if you would. What pattern or design would we see if we were to rearrange the tools?
Okay, either I have to show them this or the pamphlet. Go with the pamphlet.
Take that!
What design is this supposed to represent?
Like... the Gaxa logo, Your Honor, is on all the Space Center's documents and pamphlets. Okay, so I could have also shown the document. As you're aware, Gaxa is the program that operates the Cosmos Space Center. Look at how brightly the Gaxa logo shines in the sunlight above the entranceway. I really dig the stars and rocket motif it's got going. Gaxa, huh? Isn't that the new name of the Federal Space R&D program?
Oh, I think I see it now, but...
Yes, with just the tools shown in this photo. The red A appears to be and the logo appears to be missing. And this is where the murder weapon from the Terran case comes into play. If we were to place the utility knife in the open slot, it would complete the Gaxa logo.
So it would. Then that means...
Admit it, Mr. Edgeworth. My aesthetic sense is keener than yours. And while you're at it, admit that the weapon Miss Sykes used could have been this one. Ah!
Order. Order of the court.
Miss Sykes confessed to having a memory of stabbing the victim. Admittedly, Miss Sykes most likely did stab someone using the utility knife. However, the weapon used to kill Dr. Sykes was the katana. Therefore, the act of stabbing that Miss Sykes remembers couldn't be that of Dr. Sykes.
Very well. Let's suppose for a minute that Miss Sykes did use the utility knife. Tell me, how does that change anything?
Come again?
What if the katana was only being used as a decoy to conceal the true murder weapon? What if the real weapon that took the victim's life was the utility knife?
Don't be ridiculous, or are you changing the premise of your entire argument?
I'm merely offering a hypothetical situation derived from your logic. Miss Sykes could have put blood on the katana to make it look like the murder weapon, then concealed the knife on her personage until Blackquill carried her away.
That does clear up the contradiction between Miss Sykes' memories and the evidence.
If, in fact, the murder weapon is the utility knife, then fate has dealt you a cruel hand. For you have just proven the knife's existence and the rest of us with your own logic.
Objection!
The prosecution is attempting to lead the court!
Objection!
You're the one attempting to lead the court, Mr. Wright, by forcing us to forget the facts of this case. Need I remind you that there were only 2 people in the lab at the time of the murder, and that the defendant herself recalls stabbing someone with her own hands?
No.
It matters not whether the murder weapon was katana or utility knife, as long as we know that the victim and the defendant were the only ones there. You cannot escape the fact that it was Athena Sykes who killed her own mother.
I don't believe it. Why does this keep happening? Every time I find a contradiction, it vanishes and the suspicion keeps coming back. Almost as if...
Now you're finally starting to get it. Your contradictions keep vanishing because the charge is true. The suspicion keeps coming back to the defendant because that's where it belongs. Phoenix Wright, when will you open your eyes and accept the truth?
I've accepted the truth before. No! What? Why are you doing that? I don't want to believe it. It can't be true. But what if...
Mr. Wright, what a good fight. Think you've done all you can do.
Oh, hi, Sumi.
Is giving up really the only option?
No. Snap out of it, Phoenix. What's the matter with you? Giving into doubt. Can't look back. Forward is the only way to go. No, Your Honor, not yet. It isn't over yet.
Right.
I can't lose sight of what's important. I believe in Athena, and I'll always believe in her. To the very end. Defense lawyer never gives up on his client. I have to pick myself up and stand firm. Make that brain of yours work, Phoenix. I don't see a way. I'll just have to go back and look for one. Time to rethink this case. Thoroughly. I think there was a third person there. It's the train of thought again! Okay! I can see the fact that Athena must have stabbed someone with the utility knife. And that must have been what Ponko witnessed as Athena's hug. But Prosecutor Blackquill didn't see the knife at the scene. That means that someone must have removed it from the lab before he arrived. Who could have taken the utility knife from the lab? Someone else. The third person was at the scene. If I trust in Athena, then I have to conclude that there was a third person at the scene. But according to Ponko's testimony, Athena and her mother were the only two there. So then, how did the third person manage to escape Ponko's detection? I know! This person must have fooled Ponko's facial recognition feature by covering the victim's face. No, that's not right. What good would covering the victim's face have done? Besides, that wouldn't have helped the culprit hide their identity. I know. Their own face? But wait a minute. Ponko has a heartbeat detection system too. Even if they covered her own face, Ponko would have detected their presence. But she wouldn't have been able to tell who they were. Wait, that's it! The culprit could have covered their face and posed as which person to avoid detection. Meet us. If the culprit posed as the victim, that would explain why Ponko thought only she and Athena were there. All they had to do was take advantage of Ponko's basic recognition features. The culprit used this in order to pose as the victim. Her jacket. The culprit could have posed as the victim by wearing the jacket with the ID tag on it. But that still leaves the heartbeat detection system. How'd the culprit get around that? It wouldn't have worked if Ponko could detect the real Dr. Sykes' heartbeat too. So does that mean that the real Dr. Sykes was already dead by that time? If that's the case. And who did Athena stab? The real culprit. Athena stabbed the real culprit. That's it! The person Athena stabbed wasn't Dr. Sykes. It was the person who murdered her, and then pretended to be her. The real culprit. I was expecting a larger forehead. I have not done this with a phoenix. I've only done this with Apollo and Athena.
Now that Mr. Wright has finally finished thinking, let us bring this to a swift end. Please give us your verdict, Your Honor, so that we can move on to the hostage negotiations. You are absolutely right, Prosecutor Edgeworth. I hereby...
Objection!
I didn't say I was finished. I was only pausing for a second, as I realized something so shocking I had to take a break to digest it. But now, I know for a fact that Miss Sykes is innocent.
Ponko saw me. She witnessed the moment of the crime.
Yes, Ponko did witness something. She saw the hug. In other words, the moment you used the utility knife. But the person you stabbed wasn't your mother.
What are you saying, Mr. Wright?
The answer is simple. The person Miss Sykes stabbed was a third person posing as Dr. Sykes.
What?
Objection!
Do you really expect us to swallow that, Mr. Wright? According to the robot's statements, there was no third person there. Did you really think I wouldn't see through your ludicrous grab for time?
Objection!
After all we've been through, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm disappointed. Don't you know by now that this smile of mine means I have absolute confidence?
You make that pose all the time regardless of the facts.
Ponko's strange malfunction.
Mr. Terran, you look pale. Shall I help you to the sickbay?
Mr. Terran? But that's Apollo you're talking to.
Oh, this hunk of junk here is mistaking Apollo for Clay. Maybe Apollo is possessed by Clay's ghost.
That was another case of mistaken identity caused by a jacket ID tag. All because Klonko couldn't read Apollo's facial features due to the eye patch. Like Mr. Edgeworth said, a mask could nullify the robot's facial recognition, and then all the person would have to do is wear a jacket with the victim's ID tag to pose as her.
Of all the ridiculous theories, what good would a silly disguise like that do? Have you forgotten that the robot also has a heartbeat detection system? If there was a third person at the scene, the robot would have detected them.
I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth, but that doesn't count for much, I'm afraid. Because, by that time, Dr. Sykes' heart had already stopped beating.
What? So does that mean...
Another Edgeworth case. Yes, Your Honor. The person Miss Sykes stabbed. This third person who was posing as Dr. Sykes was her mother's real killer. Just like you, Edgeworth, when you shot the real killer!
But that's... impossible!
Mask. The person I stabbed. Wearing the mask.
Order. Order of the court. Miss Sykes, did you say something?
Mask. Yes.
Athena! What is it? Are they breaking?
I remember a man with the mask. How could he? What did he do to my mother? My head!
Miss Sykes, are you alright?
No!
Oh, it's breaking. The hexahelics. They're breaking! One by one. Wait! They're breaking! Wait, Athena, are you gonna be okay? Athena, are you gonna be okay? Wait! This could permanently traumatize you!
It's all coming back to me. Everything. From the day my mother was murdered.
Gone. Black psyche locks are finally gone. You didn't really stab your mother, did you? All right, Athena. Tell us what you saw that day.
It was drawing a picture. It was done. And to show it to my mom. Open the door.
It's all right. I'm right here. Safe, Athena.
Me? Or... Out of her. There's a handkerchief over her face. But I knew it was her by her clothes. And there was a man there!
A man!
Hold it!
Quiet, Your Honor. Go on, Athena.
He tried to panic at the knife that was there and dodged at first, feeling I was close. But I tried again.
And this time you got him, didn't you?
And I remember coming out. And then out.
Melody knife update in the
When I came to, Mom wasn't moving. Do something. Had to fix her. Oh. Ask Paco to move her to the operator. Something's wrong with Mom. Wrong with Mom. We're hard to fix her.
That's why she said that. Your Honor, you can see the defendant has just given us crucial new testimony. A man was there before Miss Sykes arrived. A man who covered the victim's face, put on the victim's jacket. This man is the real culprit.
Miss Sykes, do you have any idea who this man was?
A few moments ago, Miss Sykes mentioned a mask. Athena, can you tell us anything else about that? Mask. Mom's Japanese theater mask. I think it's one hanging on the wall of the lab.
Huh. This mask hanging here on the wall.
Spooky mask. No mask even has the power to turn ordinary and being phantom. Phantom?
Would seem the new suspect has emerged. That means that all suspicion against Miss Sykes has...
It's holding. It's gonna be you. Frick you! Frick off! Go away! You see, this is precisely why I can't trust the court system. Athena Sykes is the murderer. I won't accept any other verdict. Miss Blackquill, this is not good. A new suspect. Where's the proof this person ever existed? Who says it wasn't all just a dream in the little princess's groggy little head? Ugh. He's right. We don't have any hard evidence of the masked man's existence.
Objection!
Thank you, Mr. Wright. I'll never be able to repay you for what you've done. I'm fine now. Because I can say with certainty that I didn't kill my mother. Nina, I'm so glad for you. More and more memories are coming back now. So I'd like to say one thing if I could. Paco came to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. to recharge. I went to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. for my regular recharge. Just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Metis. And then Mommy Metis fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything. See where you're going with this. If Mommy Metis is really the killer in disguise. Right. Then he must have come to the robotics lab before 2 p.m. Have anything here in the evidence? Help me find this person who came to the lab before 2 p.m.? I mean... have anything. Oh. Can't we rewind the tape and see them all before?
Take that!
This is Prosecutor Blackquill leaving the scene after the incident around 3 p.m. What I'm wondering is, does the video show anyone else passing by before then?
I don't see anything in the investigation report. Looks like they didn't check.
Just as I thought. So if we rewind the footage and go back to around 2 p.m., we should be able to see the true culprit leaving the scene.
Very well then. Let's take a look.
There. Please stop it right there. Theory still stands.
It's just like you said. There's a man leaving the scene of the crime.
My theory that it's Fulbright still stands. Especially since... Wait, what's up with this hand? The bandage. Is it the guy right there? You the killer? Any of the guy I haven't met, or is it really Fulbright? Miss Sykes, do you remember this person?
That's him! I'm sure of it! He's wearing my mother's jacket! He did. Really wanted to see what's her jacket.
Jacket on display. Dr. Sykes?
Can you see it? There's the slash I made with the utility knife that day. Sure, that knife is under that jacket somewhere.
So then, everything Miss Sykes said.
Exactly. It proves that Miss Sykes' memory was correct. Dr. Sykes' killer arrived at the robotics lab before 2 p.m. He killed her and hid her face with a handkerchief. Then, he disguised himself with Dr. Sykes' jacket and mask that were there in the lab. The culprit probably knew beforehand that Punko charged up at 2 p.m. every day. So he waited for Punko to come to the lab for her regular recharge. By him leaving Dr. Sykes' jacket on, culprit tricked Punko into thinking he was Dr. Sykes, thereby making it look like she was alive up to the point in time. All to disguise the real time of death.
Objection!
It's a nice theory, Miss Wright, but I'm afraid that's just not possible.
What? Why not? The victim's jacket is clearly visible right there in the video.
And that right there, precisely the problem. The ID tag on the jacket on the scene confirms beyond the doubt that it belonged to the victim. That the person who left the lab truly was wearing the victim's jacket. Then how could it possibly have wound up back at the crime scene?
What's going on? Doesn't make sense. Edgeworth's right. Culprit was wearing the jacket. How did it get back to the lab? The killer brought it back. The killer used the jacket as a disguise to make his escape, but in order to conceal the fact that he had to get the jacket back to the crime scene. The culprit simply returned to the robotics lab later and planted it there. Contradiction resolved.
Objection!
Something would have been impossible. The only people who came to the robotics lab after the killer were Prosecutor Blackquill and the people who reported the body. They claimed that the jacket was there when they arrived.
Wait, wasn't one of the people an employee? Wait, which employee was it?
So, when do you propose this mysterious man of yours had the chance to return the jacket? A puzzling question indeed.
When did the culprit have the chance to bring the jacket back? When the body was found. The only time the culprit could have returned the jacket was when the body was found.
Mr. Wright, do you realize the implication of that argument?
I do. Most people, when they come across a murder, focus their attention on the body. The culprit could have taken advantage of that split second to plant the jacket. In other words, the true culprit of this case, the man known as the Phantom, was one of the first people to discover the body.
I would never have thought of that!
My theory still stands.
Order of the court! What is the meaning of this, Prosecutor Edgeworth? The body was discovered and reported by a group of 3 people. They were there to collect the space probe's capsule in preparation for the Hat-1 launch. One of those people had a special bag to transport the capsule in.
Oh, you mean the shock-resistant bag?
Correct. I suppose that if the jacket was in the bag, it could have been returned to the scene of the crime without anyone noticing. I'll see to it that you get the reports on those 3 people.
You will?
We should also check the facial recognition database for that robot. This person felt the need to hide his face with the theater mask. It might mean that his facial data was once registered.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, does this mean...
I have to admit, I believe Miss Sykes' memories to be credible. You win, right? Not that this was ever an official trial anyway. Do my ears deceive me? Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you actually conceding?
Is it true, boss? Does this mean I
can't believe it. It's over. I won. I proved that both Athena and Prosecutor Blackquill are innocent. Your Honor, I see no need to further prolong this trial.
Hold on, Mr. Wright. Have you forgotten who's in charge of this trial? That's right. I'm the one who's supposed to say I see no need to further prolong. Not you either, Your Honor. Now silence.
the little princess who was truly beloved by Midas and who repaid that love with death? All these years, hating Athena was the only thing that kept me going. But what do I do now? Can anybody tell me? How am I supposed to go on?
It's Blackquill.
I wouldn't like you, Aura. Midas was deeply passionate about her work, and she chose you as her partner. Isn't that?
Shut up, Simon. You know exactly how I felt about her. Her respect as a coworker wasn't all that I wanted.
Then what did you want from her?
Did you really just go there, Your Honor?
Aura, there was something I wanted to say if you will lend me an ear. I have in my possession a lead on who Midas's murderer is.
You do?
Right, Dono. Ask me about the identity of the Phantom of 7 years past.
That's right.
Is it a love relationship or...
Clearly that lady wanted to be in a relationship with Midas. Phantom. A person Blackquill has been looking for, even from behind bars.
7 years ago, somebody hatched a plan to sabotage the Hat-1 rocket. The spy. But he was no ordinary spy. He knew not about him, his background, appearance. We came to refer to him as the Phantom. At the time, I was working with the police to hunt him down. And then one day, a miracle occurred. They obtained a lead on him. Oh, how exciting! What was the lead? A recording of the Phantom's voice. The quality was too poor for proper voice analysis. Yet, I had hoped. For his co-worker was a scientist who could analyze human emotions. I asked her to evaluate the recording using analytical psychology.
That scientist was Dr. Sykes.
Yes. The spy's greatest fear is to have his true identity discovered. In addition to Hat-1, Dr. Sykes' results in the recording were surely among his targets. But his search of the space center bore no fruit. He must have started to panic. He couldn't find them. But where could they have been? Who was to say?
Wow, I bet he's never let that out of his sight all these years.
How in the world did you smuggle them into prison? Oh, I have my ways. What's more, my partner is especially talented at that sort of thing.
Oh, you're Hawk? Hi.
I worked to lure the Phantom in by spreading rumors throughout the underworld. I was even granted permission to prosecute cases to attract the Phantom's attention. Just try to retrieve your identity, you bloody butcher. It became my taunt.
And what about the results Dr. Sykes drew up for you? Was there any useful information?
Here, you can see for yourself, but take good care of it. All I have left of my mentor.
I will. I better hold on to this real tight. Phantom Psych report. The subject's emotions rarely fluctuate. He doesn't experience feelings like normal people do. Psychological Profile. Classified. Emotional output of his voice extremely weak compared to typical voices. Subject deemed to have unique psychological makeup. Almost no emotion fluctuation. Emotional fluctuation, huh?
Guy who experiences no emotions, no sadness, nor anger, and naturally no fear. He is the very definition of a phantom. Monster with no heart. Don't you see?
This is only making me think it's Fulbright even more!
This creature is the rot that destroyed our lives and set what ails us all into motion. The Phantom indeed. A fitting name for the one who has brought darkness to our world.
Well then, it seems a faint image of this man has started to take shape. Based on what we have learned, I'd like all of you to conduct further investigation. This is not a formal trial, but I do want to follow protocol. If I may, I'd like to hand down my verdicts and bring these proceedings to an end.
Whatever. Do what you want. You'll hear no objections from me.
Yes, please, Your Honor. It's over. It's finally over.
Very well. In that case, Prosecutor Blackquill, could you please take the stand? As a result of this trial, your innocence has been proven. The verdict handed down 7 years ago is hereby overturned. And now, the defendant of the current trial, Miss Athena Sykes.
Yes, Your Honor? Mr. Wright, thank you. Thank you for everything.
Athena, you're more than welcome.
If everyone is ready, I will now give my verdict.
Subjecting.
Fulbright? Fulbright? I know it's you!
You!
Apollo! What? Apollo?
Apollo?
Huh? Apollo?
What? Apollo?
What is the meaning of this?
I got distracted. Where did Apollo come from? And also, is that a bot? Wasn't sure if it was a bot or somebody messing around, but...
What is the meaning of this?
Congratulations, Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Edgeworth. I uncovered the truth from 7 years ago and saved Prosecutor Blackquill. However, can't allow this trial to end just yet. Apollo, what are you doing? Hi, Apollo. How would you do this to us? What are you doing, Apollo?
What do you mean to be continued? What? Huh? Wait! No! Wait! You can't just drop a bomb of Apollo coming back and then being like, we can't end the trial! No ending trial! What do you mean by that? I can't skip the typewriter. The Z does not work. I've tried. Ah!
December 20th, District Court, Courtroom number 4.
Mr. Justice, please explain yourself.
Very simple. There isn't much to explain. Defendant, Miss Athena Sykes, might not be innocent.
What are you talking about? The case from 7 years ago has been settled.
I'm not talking about the past year. I'm talking about the present case. Still not clear who killed Clay Taryn.
But, Apollo, would you...
Sykes, listen quietly to what I have to say.
Oh, you turned off. What the frick? Right.
Freaking. No, that doesn't work either. What in the world is Apollo trying to do? Your Honor, please allow me a little of the court's time.
But this is a trial for the case from 7 years ago.
Blackquill, I'd like to ask a favor of you. It says you lost someone close to you. Lost someone close to me, too. Oh, what's going on with you? I'm sure you want to know the real truth of what happened as much as I do. Apollo. Sure. You know I'm all for the truth. Now, let's see you expose the princess's guilt. Judge, I give my permission. Continue with the trial.
Very well. Is that alright with you, Prosecutor Edgeworth? The prosecution has no objections. Let's hear Mr. Justice's testimony. I'll have the police's investigation report brought immediately.
Not you too, Edgeworth. I really hope it's because you have something up your sleeve.
Very well. Your opening statement, please, Prosecutor Edgeworth.
Wish. Let's review the case of the murder of Mr. Clay Terran. It was made clear in the previous trial that Solomon Starbuck was not his killer. Therefore, the true culprit was someone else. On that day, this culprit waited for the astronauts in boarding lounge 1, and the two men made their escape at the Space Museum. The killer attacked Mr. Terran with the same type of knife that was used 7 years ago. The murderer then escaped into the Space Museum. Next, Director Yuri Cosmos switched to launch pads. For that, the culprit exited the Space Museum and escaped via boarding lounge 2. Therefore, the trial must make clear who Mr. Terran's true killer was. In other words, we must discover who it was that escaped through the Space Museum that day.
Thank you, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Mr. Wright, is the defense ready?
Yes, Your Honor. Better rearrange my evidence. Relevant evidence swapped into the court record. Wait, what? Wait, did you take out a bunch of evidence just to put it back in? What's the point of that? You could have just kept all the evidence! I just kept all the evidence. Didn't need a freaking video camera video. Autopsy report. Phantom's like.
Now then, Mr. Justice, your testimony if you please.
Apollojustice's accusation. I suspected Miss Sykes of the murder of Clay Terran. My growing suspicions were confirmed when this incriminating evidence presented itself. Apollo! What the? Apollo! No! We already discussed and we have made it clear that whoever did the murder 7 years ago is the same person as the murder now! Why are you blaming Athena? Wait, where is this badge? Wait, is that still? Oh, it's still there. Okay, never mind. In addition, she's the only one who could have utilized the launchpad switch to escape. That is why I wish to indict Miss Sykes on the charge of murder.
Order. Order of the court. Mr. Justice, you realize you are charging your own co-worker with murder, don't you?
Yes, Your Honor. Because that is the conclusion my investigation has led me to. But, Apollo! Hey! Just, how could you suspect me too?
Mr. Wright, cross-examination, please.
I don't get it. What did you find out over the past few days to make you think this? It would have been cool if we actually got his side of the story. If we played as him. Apollojustice's accusation.
Hold it!
What first made you suspicious of Miss Sykes? It all started when Miss Sykes and I were investigating the crime scene. We saw the weapon that killed Mr. Tarrant. The bracelet reacted. Said she'd never seen that knife before. My bracelet told me otherwise. And then, every time after that, the bracelet would react when she talked about the case. Or Apollo must have been beside himself during that investigation. He didn't know what to do or think. Couldn't even sleep. In that condition, I knew I wouldn't be any good in court. So I decided to wear an eye patch. I wouldn't be able to perceive any of her tells. That's why Apollo was acting so strangely, and that's what's up with the eye patch? What? Really? For that reason? But the reason Miss Sykes unconsciously reacted to the knife that way is because she stabbed her mother's murderer with one identical to it 7 years ago. That knife was also the murder weapon that was used to kill Clay Tarrant. My bracelet could have also reacted to her because she knew she was his killer too. I guess he has a point. My bracelet wasn't the only reason I became suspicious of her. My growing suspicions were confirmed when this incriminating evidence presented itself.
Hold it!
That's the liar that was found in the Space Museum with her fingerprints on it, right? But even if it seems decisive, there must be other facts we don't know about it yet. That's so, go ahead and prove it then. Look, honestly, I don't want to believe it's true either. But Miss Sykes was the only one who was in the Space Museum at the time of the murder. But Mr. Justice, Miss Sykes had absolutely no motive to kill Mr. Tarrant. 7 years ago, Miss Sykes lived at the Cosmos Space Center. It wouldn't be strange if she had some kind of connection to it. Besides, people sometimes kill for motives we can't even imagine. I know you've seen plenty of cases like that in your own career, Mr. I still can't believe this. We actually suspect Athena, Apollo. In addition, she's the only one who could have utilized the launchpad switch to escape.
Hold it!
Isn't it possible that somebody else used that same escape route? Afraid not. Right. Why not? Well, there's a security camera in boarding lounge 1 aimed at the launchpad door. Camera that captured Mr. Tarrant and Mr. Starbuck. There's also another security camera in boarding lounge 2. To record Mr. Tarrant's killer, or rather, Sykes, coming out of the Space Museum. Camera in the boarding lounge 2. Yes, I've heard of it, but it makes sense. Una said she snuck into the Space Museum the night before the incident. Then was overcome and passed out until around noon the next day.
Was out until about noon of the next day. I didn't even know about the explosions. Woke up, nobody was around, so I just went out into the boarding lounge too.
Must have been when the camera captured her. That's what made Apollo suspect her even more. But wait a minute. In that case, it's most likely recorded the true culprit as well. That's a negative on that one too, Mr. Wright. In the footage taken after the incident, Miss Sykes is the only one who appears. What? Why? The only one that appears.
Order. Order of the court.
Give me that security footage! Wait a second! Can't be. If it is, then it's incredibly incriminating.
Wasn't it you who, in the previous trial, that way the true culprit escaped, via the Space Museum after the pads had been seen? In fact, you previously proved turned on its ear, climbed high and dry. Must say, that is vintage Phoenix Wright.
Well, hello. Best prosecutor is probably Blackquill, but Blackquill is currently not prosecuting. Oh, Edgeworth is definitely one of the best. There's only one I didn't really like was freaking Franziska, because she kept whipping me until I passed out.
Hold it!
Yeah, hello, Ice the Unknown Ranger. Leaving in your client to the end is the basic principle of good defense. Shouldn't you extend the same principle to your own coworker? You're probably right.
Maybe I'm not even fit to be a lawyer. However, don't care. This case is special to me. He was my friend. That's why I just have to know the truth. All suspected his trusted co-worker of killing his friend. To dispel his doubts, he investigated on his own, but only led to more doubts. Apollo must have been really struggling with this. Well, Apollo may have doubts, but... Say it again. Athena Sykes isn't the murderer. Then I have only one thing to say. Evidence is everything. Quote. Oh, Mr. Wright? You have the concrete proof to knock down my arguments? You foolish fools with your foolishly foolish. Yeah, if we actually experienced him hanging out with Taryn at least once, it would definitely be more impactful. We actually met Taryn. Your arguments have been very clear, Mr. Justice. Wait, that does remind me of somebody, but I can't put my finger on it. Who does it remind me of? And your facts appear to be indisputable. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you think of my theory? Looks like not even you can deny it. Sykes was the only one who used the only possible escape route. Under these circumstances, there can be no other suspect but the defendant. Right! Wait! Apollo, are you following? Freaking no! Don't follow in his footsteps! He's a murderer! About 3 times now! Unless... you think there was an alternative escape route. Is that what you think, Mr. Wright? Is that what you think, Mr. Wright? Is that what you think, Phoenix? Is there an alternative escape route? Of course. Jumped out while the thing was moving. Yes, of course there must have been. Don't ask me what. Bluffing, aren't you? Me? Bluff? No way. Knows me too well. It's fine. A bluff would suit me. Long as... clear up this doubt inside me. Wait, so is that what this is all about? I want to believe in Athena. I really do. What is faith without doubt? That's why I need to question her guilt. So that once the truth finally comes out, I can really, fully trust her.
So that you can really trust me.
Seems your junior partner has just showed us what trials are truly all about. I believe you're right. We prosecutors painstakingly question every detail in pursuit of the defendant, while we lawyers believe in and defend our clients to the end. When both sides go all out against each other, that's when we discover the truth. Precisely. When the battle is over, we will understand the true meaning of trust. That is exactly what trials are about. Wouldn't you agree? Yes. I couldn't ignore the seed of doubt that was growing inside me. Decided I needed to face it head on. No matter what the truth is that's waiting ahead, I won't be afraid. That's so like Apollo. Always uber earnest about things like this. Yeah, he has. Mr. Justice, I vow to dispel every last bit of doubt in your heart. Good. Because I want to believe in Miss Sykes again. You're really hoping there was an alternative route, aren't you, Apollo? I used the process of elimination. There really aren't that many possibilities.
Arthur Cosmos was at the southern exit, leaving only the control room and the corridor to the Space Museum. Where could the culprit have escaped through? Come on, Mr. Wright. Who do you think the culprit escaped to?
Take that!
They really only could have escaped to the corridor of the Space Museum. All they had to do was use the unconscious Mr. Starbucks Prince to get through that door.
Objection!
It appears that all you're trying to establish is Miss Sykes' guilt. If the culprit used the route, the only exit would have been into boarding lounge 2. The logical conclusion of your argument is that the killer is none other than the defendant.
You're it. It's the only way it could be, huh? The culprit escaped into the corridor that leads to the Space Museum. Guess it's true. The exit would have been in boarding lounge 2. But Miss Sykes was the only person captured by the boarding lounge 2 security camera. Investigated the crime scene thoroughly. But the only place the culprit could have escaped to was the Space Museum corridor. There weren't any other secret corridors or anything.
That leaves us with no other conclusion to draw then, but that Athena Sykes was the culprit.
What would the answer be? Was there really no other escape route? There was, but hold on a second. If... got out while it was moving, and that's how the leaves got in! Where did those mysterious leaves we saw in the corridor come from? They're a clue to the culprit's real escape route. I think it is possible that the culprit escaped into the Space Museum, but then came out using a route other than into boarding lounge 2. Oh. Launchpad 1 and the Space Museum were switched after the bombing, meaning the Space Museum corridor was moving along the rail at the time, which is exactly when an alternative escape route opened up for our culprit. Are you kidding me?
Judging by the intense look in your eyes, I take it you're serious. Very well then, Mr. Wright. Do tell. Where could the culprit have gone from the museum corridor besides the boarding lounge 2?
The ground? Outside? We found something odd while investigating the museum corridor this afternoon. Namely, a few dead leaves on the floor. Considering where dead leaves come from, they point us to exactly where the culprit escaped to. Yes, I remember seeing some leaves myself. Ha! Do you mean... Yep. Space Museum was in motion just beyond the corridor's safety door. Was an alternative place where the culprit could use to escape. In other words, the culprit's real escape route was... the area outside the Space Center. You're freaking insane!
Objection!
I'm not insane! Do you know how impossible that would be? That corridor's level with the 3rd floor. Even if the culprit tried to leap to the outside wall of the Space Center building, they would fall to their death.
Objection!
Ordinarily, yes. After the bombing incident, the culprit could make use of a certain item.
What item was it exactly, Mr. Wright?
Alright, this is what the culprit used to leap to the outside wall of the main building. Emergency ladder.
Emergency ladder.
There was an emergency ladder in the 4th floor robotics. It is Fulbright! It is! It's gotta be Fulbright! Fulbright was the one who told Aura! I was right! It is Fulbright, isn't it? Fulbright, you're the murderer! He was the one who went out and told Aura to use her emergency ladder, specifically hers, nobody else. And then when he got... that's the... it's gotta be Fulbright! It has to be Fulbright! Fulbright's the murderer, isn't he? And all of his acting his over-the-top emotions are just making up for the fact that he doesn't have any. That makes so much sense. Wait, it's Fulbright. I was right. There was an emergency ladder in the 4th floor robotics lab. I still haven't been completely proven, but there's even more evidence that it's Fulbright. And it was used that day after the explosions to help evacuate people. Miss Blackquill herself used that ladder to escape down to ground level. Recall that the launch pads were switched after the ladder was lowered. The corridor would have passed by the ladder while the pads were being switched. And that's when the culprit literally sprang into action. And leapt onto the ladder. What? Who would have imagined? It's Fulbright!
Order. Order of the court. Well, an alternative escape route seems to have emerged.
Which means someone other than Miss Sykes could have been the culprit, right?
Objection!
Making things up on the fly in an attempt to sway the court again, are we, Mr. Wright? Your theory has so many holes it puts Swiss cheese to shame.
Alright. Alright then. Name one.
I have here detailed information about the Space Center. According to this, the distance between the museum corridor and the main building during movement is a full 20 feet.
20 feet? You're pulling my leg, right?
In addition, the corridor is 3 floors from the ground, or roughly 50 feet. What's more, the culprit would be leaping to a precarious place, an unstable ladder. Human beings feel fear in dangerous situations, the basic survival instinct.
But the subject's emotions rarely fluctuate and he doesn't experience feelings like normal people do. We even discussed he doesn't feel fear!
An ordinary person would certainly hesitate before jumping, or even freeze in fear and not jump at all.
Objection!
But the culprit had just murdered someone. They weren't in an ordinary state of mind. They were never in an ordinary state of mind because it's the Phantom!
Objection!
Nevertheless, why would they have taken that kind of risk? They could have waited for the switch to be complete and escaped to boarding lounge 2.
Objection!
Because there was a security camera in boarding lounge 2. The culprit knew they would be recorded if they left the Space Museum that way.
In that case, the culprit could have hidden in the museum until things settled down, then blended in with the other people after the museum was opened.
That's a good point.
But you claim that, despite all this, the culprit took a 20-foot death-defying leap, and all in the brief moment the corridor and ladder passed by each other.
That's also a good point.
They would have needed a running start while the corridor was moving to make that jump. And if their timing was off, if they couldn't jump far enough, it would have been instant death. What kind of person would attempt something like that?
I approve of it. Stop bringing up good points, Edgeworth.
This true culprit of yours is nothing but a figment of your imagination.
Why do you always have to do that? Sir Edgeworth's right. That does sound pretty insane. Culprit would have to be someone who feels no fear, like a stuntman. We get it! I understand! You're talking about the Phantom! Just let me present the evidence already! But everyone feels fear on some level. Right? Wait a minute. Aha! I've got it this time. I can prove that there is someone who could have used this alternate escape route.
Oh, can you now?
This proves the possibility of a person who could have used this alternative escape route.
Take that!
What's that, Mr. Wright? This is a certain person's very interesting psychic profile. Subject doesn't experience feelings like normal people do. In other words, autism. In other words, this person doesn't feel happiness, sadness, or fear. Doesn't feel fear. I have quite the opposite. I feel them all very...
Right! You can't be serious.
Without the constraint of fear. He could easily do what an ordinary person wouldn't dare. Just as you or I could do a broad jump on the ground without the slightest fear. Yeah, they do. And then some of them they don't. It's like they spoon feed you and then they turn around and slap you in the face, be like, "Hey! Hey, what's this evidence? What are you supposed to figure out? Hey!"
Here comes the airplane. Here's the evidence.
They turn right around and go, "Hey! Wake up! No more spoon feeding! You gotta figure this out without any knowledge!" No, it does do that turnaround thing, though. I have had times where they don't explain, and it's so stupid when there's stuff going on. Really? Man, I like actually having a challenge. Oh, that's why they brought back the killer being shown in the first cutscene. This subject could make a 20-foot leap 50 feet in the air. Oh, really? Oh, I'm excited. He could choose this extreme way of escaping without hesitation. So you're saying that to a person without fear, alternative route would be quicker and eliminate the chance that they'd be spotted? That's definitely pretty extreme, Mr. Wright.
But was there such a person there at the scene?
Yes. The Phantom. That mysterious, shadowy figure who keeps popping up.
Oh dear. Phantom. Again?
I knew the Phantom was there behind the scenes of the Space Center bombing. I wasn't sure if he was connected to the murder of Clay Terran as well. However, now it's all clear. The Phantom is the one who not only bombed the Space Center, but also killed Mr. Terran. What? What? I got lightheaded for a second. What just happened? Ah.
Order of the court. Order, I say. Mr. Wright, please continue.
There were just too many similarities between this case and the one from 7 years ago. But why, you may ask? It can only be because two incidents were the work of the same Phantom.
So then, this Phantom, the one who killed Clay?
But who is he? Fulbright, this Phantom has been haunting this case, pulling the strings in the background. Fulbright! Fulbright! Identified. International Spy B. Fulbright!
Right. This escape route must have been a part of the Phantom's plan from the start, as was tricking Director Cosmos into switching the launch pads. The bomb on the second floor was meant to make the elevators and stairs unusable. That's why he gave advance warning and planted the bombs where he did.
Yes, I think you're right. But it doesn't explain this one last thing. So I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. It was such a pain. Why couldn't they have used the ladders in the other rooms? The robotics lab wasn't the only room with an emergency ladder. But he couldn't have made that leap unless he was certain which one it would be. So, you mean... Fulbright! The Phantom must be someone who knew that particular ladder was going to be used. Fulbright! Fulbright! That's right.
Who could it be?
Fulbright! Wait a minute. So, I lowered my emergency ladder, like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. Fulbright, Fulbright, I told you! I told you! Fulbright, you're now realizing this! You're now realizing I've known this since the start of this trial! Miss Blackquill lowered the ladder. After being told by the detective leading the... Ah! Fulbright! You've gotta be kidding me!
Did you figure it out, Bert? Do you know who the Phantom is?
Yes, I do. Who is it? Who killed Clay? Our mystery spy, known as the Phantom, is none other than... That's right! This whole time I was right! It was Fulbright! I thought it was a leap in the dark, but I was right! Through the explosions, a member of the staff crossed paths with a certain detective. I was on duty on the 4th floor. It was quite the madhouse, I tell you. As for the detective who was leading the evacuation from the 4th floor, he had a very specific objective in mind. So, I lowered my emergency ladder, like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. His objective was to secure his own escape route. We lowered an emergency ladder from a 4th floor window and escaped that way. Once everyone else got out safely, I made my way down too and headed to the shelter. I was right! This is a detective you all know. Even the lead detective on the current case. He appears to be a very emotional man, but his psych profile says he is without emotion.
Take that!
What are you saying?
You mean the Phantom is...
Detective Bobby Fulbright.
Exactly. You were all taken in by his fake persona. How was I right? It was a shot in the dark. I was looking at everybody in the case. And I'm like, what is the only person in this that doesn't seem to fit right? There's something about them that doesn't fit. And it was Fulbright. I'm like, maybe it's him. But it might also be somebody else. I was right? I was right? I honestly can't believe I was right. It was such a shot in the dark. Exactly. We were all taken in by his fake persona. Detective Fulbright's real identity is the Phantom. Next time he clenches his fist. Wait, really?
Order. Order of the court. Mr. Wright, how could this be?
That's easy, Your Honor. Detective Who did that? Scare the hell!
Just redeemed hydrate.
If you can't tell, I updated my thing. I got scared by it. That's easy, Your Honor. Detective Fulbright was leading the 4th floor evacuation effort. Our first clue is that he made no attempt to have any other ladder put to use. The ladder in the robotics lab is the only one he ordered to be lowered. The second is that he directed everybody to the basement shelter via this ladder.
Barely. It was all a part of his plan to create an escape route.
After Detective Fulbright saw to it that the ladder was lowered from the robotics lab.
Expression _ S just redeemed posture check.
Okay, I get it! Posture checking! You happy? He went to the lounge, where he killed Clay Terran and escaped into the Space Museum. The museum started moving, slowly. So he waited for the right time, got a running start. And just as the corridor was passing the ladder, he leaped onto it.
Don't believe it.
able-blooded detective did all that? Was it really him? I mean, all this time, I thought... Sorry we didn't catch your name. My name? Eh, I forgot your voice already. My name! I'm Bobby Fulbright! The heroic detective who defends our good citizens from evil! The champion of justice, who comes running whenever you're in need! And my catchphrase is, in justice we trust!
Then, his concern for Simon was also all just one big act?
I swore to reform Prosecutor Blackquill and make him a valued member of society again! So I can't just sit by and watch him give in to his emotions and tear the defendant apart! That monster killed Clay? He had me completely fooled! And think of it, he's the one who brought that bloodstained liar to court too! Scumbag even made me turn on Athena! Damn it! How the hell did I fall for all that? For him to have wormed his way into the police department as well. Your Honor, the defense demands to question Detective Bobby Fulbright. Yes, I agree we need to hear from him right away. The court will take a short recess. Detective Fulbright will take the stand. I was right! This entire time I was right about Fulbright! I'm still reeling from that! Yeah! That's what's stupid! It was fake evidence! And he was trying to point it away from himself. December 20th, 5:13 p.m. District Court Defendant Lobby number 5.
Thank you so much, Miss Wright. If it wasn't for everything you did, I...
Don't thank me yet. We still have an uphill battle to fight.
You got it, boss.
You okay, Apollo? You look sad.
Apollo!
Well, this is awkward. Athena, you do me a favor?
Huh? What is it?
Could you... punch me, please?
What? Why should I do that?
I should have believed in you. I let the seed of doubt inside me get the best of me. Really sorry that She actually punched him! I didn't expect that! Out!
Don't be such a dope! I was really touched by what you did.
Got scared by her punching him! Huh? Now what are you talking about? I want to believe in Athena! I really do! But what is fate without doubt? That's why I need to question her guilt. Once the truth finally comes out, and really, fully trust her.
You took the time and effort to genuinely think about who I am and what I'm made of. After all that, how could I punch a true friend like you, Apollo?
You did slap him. You didn't have any trouble slapping him a second ago. Thanks, Athena. And thanks for waking me up to reality again. Guess I know now who to call if I ever get sleepy in court. Looks like you have some promising young people working under you. Hi, Edgeworth! Again, when did you get glasses? There's someone outside my window. I don't see them, but I saw their shadow and I got distracted, sorry. Edgeworth. Yeah, I think they're pretty great myself. They're not afraid to keep me in line. Anyway, I have some very good news. Aura Blackquill has surrendered and the hostages have been set free.
Trucy and all the others? Oh, thank goodness.
Miss Blackquill said she had something she really needed to do. We granted her special permission to do what she must.
I wonder what it is. Probably to kill, Fulbright. Oh, hi! Miss Blackquill!
I didn't come to apologize. That's what you're thinking. My actions are what allowed the truth to what happened 7 years ago come to light. But I did come because I had something to say to all of you. Miss Aura.
Better not be here to complain about something.
Miss Blackquill, I want to apologize to you. The fact that you couldn't trust the court system is our fault.
Yes, it's true the courts are filled with incompetent idiots. Still, I suppose I can let you handle the rest of this case for me. Oh, Miss Aura, does this mean you're starting to trust the system again? No, of course not. Be quiet, hunk of junk.
Wait, really?
It's just... I wouldn't mind if you were the ones who took Mutus's killer down.
Leave it to us! We'll get him! I guess that means she's starting to trust us, at least. Oh, hi, Blackquill. I suggest taking off those shackles. Take off- Blackquill, take off the shackles! He still has the button to electrocute them! Take them off! Take them off before he makes you a hostage, please! Take him off! Yeah, he's still- she's still going to jail, but still- But take off the cuffs! Take off the cuff! Take it off! It's electrified, man! Take it off before he does something to you!
Aura. Simon. So glad both you and the princess were cleared of all suspicion. It's all thanks to me, my robot. You better be grateful.
Never imagined you'd go that far. Though you always were extreme. But I don't recall ever requesting your help.
As close as ever, I see. Well, now that you've been released, I guess it's my turn to go live in the slammer. I just hope you're not the prosecutor for my trial. You'll probably give me the death penalty.
You know me all too well.
I guess love can take on a variety of expressions, including stunted in their case. Wait, has your hair turned white? Has your hair turned white from stress as well? The nightmare that you went through?
But truly was about to be executed tomorrow. Though, looks like I won't be crossing the sticks just yet. Have my heartfelt thanks. Sorry I caused you so much anguish.
Simon. So glad, Simon. Very glad to hear you say that.
Aura.
Alright. That's enough of that. Bailiff, take me to the detention center.
Bye. Miss Blackquill did was inexcusable. But clear she did it out of love for her brother. I still can't wrap my mind around Detective Fulbright being the Phantom. I can. He's been in every situation where there was a bombing. I can't believe he killed Clay.
Right. And murdered my mentor, which brought great distress upon little Athena.
And he's also keeping an eye on you to ensure that you don't actually find him. Chief Prosecutor. Yes. Take off the cuffs. I would ask a favor. You allow me to stand at the prosecutor's bench for this trial. I wish to claim the Phantom's head by my own hand. That was my plan all along. After all, it's a highly unconventional for a man of my position to stand in court. The formal paperwork has yet to be filed, but you are hereby conditionally released. Please take the prosecutor's bench in your official capacity and uncover the truth by your own hand. And take off the cuffs! Much obliged. Take off the cuffs completely, don't just snap them! Indeed, part with these thumbs at last. Chief Prosecutor, could you... Oh, thank goodness, man. Okay. How long have I waited? Maybe it's the sense of freedom. Even the air seems fresher, the light brighter. And will relish slashing that black-eyed Fulbright to shreds with mercy. You don't have to be able to read his heart to see how happy he is.
I'm so glad. But I won't cry just yet. After all, we still got a trial to finish.
It's okay to cry, Athena. I promise.
I told you I'm not eating the Eldon's noodles, man. Freaking dude has bird feces in his freaking noodles.
Prosecutor Blackquill. You're right. Please, avenge Clay's death for me. What are you talking about, Apollo? You're coming to the defense's bench with me. I am? Well, I can expect Athena to assist me now, can I? She's the defendant. That leaves you, Apollo. But, are you sure you want me?
Yeah, why do we go somewhere that actually has noodles that aren't made out of freaking bird water?
I took a leave of absence and everything. Well, our office is pretty short-handed. You're all I've got.
So dangerously salty, he's gonna end up having the bird flu.
Thank you, Mr. Wright.
Hello.
Athena, say it with all my heart now. I believe in your complete innocence. Now, I'm going to prove it to the world.
I don't think he would like that. Thank you, Apollo. I know you can do it.
So, you won't be needing that eye patch anymore, right?
Right, because I'm fine now.
How much bandages did you need for an eye patch?
Now this is the Apollo I know.
Welcome back, Apollo.
It's almost time for the trial to restart. Though, it looks like you have things well in hand. Yep. You'd head back to the prosecutor's office.
But why?
I want to look into a few things. Namely, the first people on the scene 7 years ago, facial data registered by the robot, Detective Fulbright's background.
I'm gonna sneeze.
Wait, why were they wrapping his arm? Oh, it was probably to keep the bracelet from shrinking and... Okay. But why? Oh, wait, no. That doesn't make sense. Oh, those were the bandages from when the court exploded. Right, okay, now I understand. Never mind. Sounds great, Edgeworth. Thanks.
Expect to be repaid with a victory, right? Now, if you'll excuse me.
Bye. Okay, you two all set to go? You bet I am.
Let's do this!
This is it. The final battle. The murder of Apollo's friend. Courtroom bombing incident. And the case that ushered in the dark age of the law 7 years ago. Alright, all good, man. Destiny has called us to bring the ones responsible for it all to justice today. Ah! Typewriter again! How do I get rid of you? I'm pressing... I accidentally pressed autoplay. I need to get that off really quick. I was literally pressing every button. December 20th, 5:27 p.m. something something. December 20th, 5:27 p.m. District Court, Courtroom number 4.
Let us now reconvene.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
The prosecution has never been more ready.
You know, this is the first time we've been at the defense bench together since I debuted. Now that you mention it. Although, back then, I thought you were more loud than you were reliable. Really come a long way since then, Apollo. You've grown a lot. Well, there have been some hiccups. Guess I've done pretty well. Still got that ego of his, though.
Prosecutor Blackquill, with the 7-year mistake now resolved, you can finally take your rightful place. Yes. I guess we can keep the chit-chat for later. Bailiff, please bring in the witness immediately.
Even with those two handcuffs off, Prosecutor Blackquill seems to be pretty much the same. 7 years of grumpiness doesn't go away so easily, I guess. Hi. Bobby Fulbright here! I heard I was in need on the stand, so here I am!
Detective Fulbright, do you know why you have been called to give testimony?
Yep, because there's only one reason why I'd be called. And that is because it's time for justice! And justice we trust!
Action!
Can't fool us with that act anymore. Your justice is nothing but lies. Making an X. Wait, is that where the stab wound went in? Really? I thought that was like an angry emote that most anime characters have. Is that actually where the knife went into his hand? What? Are you questioning the integrity of my sense of justice? I mean, sure. Sometimes I make mistakes, but hey. He's acting exactly the same as always. Tell me about it. You must be feeling awfully confident.
Fulbright, we wish to dispel our suspicions. Let's get to your testimony.
Alright, fine! You want me to prove my righteousness? I can certainly do that! Embodiment of justice. I'm the very embodiment of justice itself! I won't have you make me into a villain with your far-fetched arguments! And this bit about the escape route is only a theory! You don't have any proof! What do What we do have is proof that Athena Sykes is the culprit. This lighter with her prints on it.
So you're saying the suspicions against you are completely false? That the defender is the real culprit?
Why can't we have Gumshoe back? Gumshoe won't suddenly become an international spy that's been in 3 bombings and killed at least 2 people. That's right. Mr. Lawyer's escape route is totally circumstantial. He doesn't have any proof that I made a big leap onto a ladder.
Don't have proof. You were correct about that. When did we tell you about the ladder? However, you don't have any proof for your claim either.
Nah! I guess you're right. But you can't define justice with evidence. Who can define it anyway? Justice just is.
Objection!
Don't make me break out a dictionary on you. Nah! Please don't throw the book at me!
Tell me the Phantom didn't just make me set up a stupid pun for him. Let's just try not to lose focus, alright?
But my justice is crystal clear! Yeah, that's definitely gotta be a stab wound. And that's why he wears gloves all the time! And that what's not clear to your eyes. Wake up and smell the justice!
Silence.
Ha!
Enough of your rubbish. Alright. You have even an ounce of justice. Then you will answer the court's questions and prove it.
Prosecutor Blackquill!
Prosecutor Blackquill looks torn. Well, Fulbright was his partner after all.
Prosecutor Blackquill is right. Truth will be revealed in the cross-examination. The suspicions against Detective Fulbright are, at this point, only suspicions. As it is my duty, I will judge the claims against the detective as impartially as I can. Does anyone have any objections?
That's fine, Your Honor.
No, ask away and don't hold back!
Well, there don't appear to be any objections. Very well, Mr. Wright. Please begin your cross-examination.
Embodiment of justice.
I am the very embodiment of justice itself!
The embodiment of justice? This is just empty words.
But they say if you keep saying something, it can eventually become the truth. Isn't that how people make their dreams come true too? By wishing over and over?
Alright. Let's just move on.
Hold it!
Not really far-fetched. My arguments are hardly far-fetched. There's careful reasoning behind my theory.
Yes, well, apparently there's reasoning behind even a tofu burger. But what we have against Miss Sykes, though, it's not just reasoning, but solid evidence. It's called the lighter, with Miss Sykes' fingerprints on it in the victim's blood.
Yes, that's true, but wait. Fulbright was the one who brought that evidence to the trial.
If you harbor any suspicions, I suggest you ask Fulbright right domo. Especially about that lighter.
He's right. But what exactly should I ask about? Position of the prints. Please tell the court about the position of the prints on the lighter.
They're around the same spot on either side, so that would be where she was holding it up.
I suppose if it was used to light the room, it would be held that way. Please add that statement to your testimony.
The prints were placed just the way they would be if someone was holding it lit.
Yes, Miss Blackquill did mention she saw a lit lighter being held up.
Yep, meaning the person Miss Blackquill saw was the owner of the fingerprints. Just strengthens the argument against Miss Sykes.
This line of questioning is going to get me
isn't going to get me anywhere except conviction land. Can I try asking him something else? The number of prints. So, how many prints were found exactly?
3. The thumb, the index finger, and the middle finger on the right hand.
What? Your Honor, this is an important statement. Can we please have it
swapped into my testimony? You got it!
Beat me to it.
Be it investigating or testifying, speed is the key. 3 prints were on the lighter. The thumb, the index, and the middle fingers of the right hand.
Up. The lighter was held in the left, though.
Hold it!
So 3 prints from a right hand were found on the lighter, huh? Are you certain of this?
I'd stake my life on it!
Mr. Wright. No, how he's saying the prints are from Athena's right hand? Why would you say that? Well, think about it for a sec. Athena always wears that glove of hers on her right hand. Right hand, right? No way she'd leave prints of those 3 fingers from right hand. Hey, great point. Why didn't I catch that one? Detective Fulbright, I'm sure you heard our discussion just now about how Miss Sykes always wears a glove on her right hand.
Well, I have only one thing to say to that. Do you have evidence that she was wearing that glove at the time of the incident?
I guess we don't.
If you want to prove the defendant innocent, you'll have to ask better questions than that.
Like I need a lecture from you, Smiles Magoo. Just press on. Let's proceed with your testimony, shall we?
Certainly.
Statement that was added. Not sure if it's relevant or not. At least he seems willing to answer our questions. Let's keep asking about different things and see if we can uncover an inconsistency. Dr. Fulbright is a tougher adversary than I thought. Okay, now let's present. Present.
Objection!
You say the prints were from a right hand, is that correct?
That's right! Very clear prints!
But that just doesn't add up.
Huh? What doesn't add up?
According to Miss Blackquill, who saw the culprit herself, this person held the lighter in their left hand.
Oh.
So here's the dilemma before us. Why are the prints on the lighter from a right hand instead of a left?
Nah!
You're right. Doesn't make sense, does it?
Your Honor, this lighter can hardly be called incriminating evidence. The witness's claims don't even hold water.
Detective Fulbright, I hope you have a good explanation for this.
I just can't understand it. They're definitely right-hand prints. But then, why are they inconsistent with Miss Blackwell's statement? I've got it!
What have you got, Detective?
The mirror! The witness must have seen a reflection of the culprit in the mirror.
What mirror?
Go on.
Miss Blackquill was looking in through the window at the boarding lounge, wasn't she?
I believe so. You mean the little window in the back to the right of the room?
That's right. And across the room on the opposite wall is a large mirror.
Do you remember seeing it?
Ah!
So, are you saying...
Yes, the culprit Miss Blackquill saw must have been a reflection of the person in the mirror.
Ah, see. In that case, right and left would appear reversed, would they?
Haven't we had a case like this? No, she would not see the mirror because it's an angled point. And even if she looked straight through the window, she wouldn't see the
mirror! Now do you see? That's the logic of pure justice!
But your argument is only conjecture. You don't have any proof that what Miss Blackquill saw was a reflection.
I don't know. Sooner nick yourself than him like that. Put some more muscle into it.
Huh? That's right! Besides, the lighter couldn't have been in the left hand. Why not? Miss Blackquill said she saw an earth emblem in the lighter, didn't she? The emblem is only on one side of the lighter. You're right. No emblem on the other side. Exactly. As blank and smooth as the judge's fine scalp. If the culprit had held the lighter in their left hand, it would have covered the emblem. Uh-oh. What's more, this is the kind of lighter you flick open with your thumb before lighting. If the culprit had held it with their left hand with the emblem out and visible, they wouldn't have been able to open it, let alone light it. But if they had held it in their right hand, they would easily open it and light it. This all means that the culprit was definitely holding the lighter in their right hand. No! Come back, my beautiful contradiction!
It appears you've planted a flower that bears no fruit.
See how it withers before my flower of justice?
He's tough. He's managed to discredit almost everything I've proven up to this point.
In justice we trust! Now do you see? I'm not this phantom you've been talking about. I mean, are you sure there really is a spy? I bet they're just a figment of your imagination. Oh, it's so sad! So very sad! But I'm afraid Miss Sykes is the culprit!
Hold it!
Take off your glove. Detective Fulbright. Detective Fulbright. I believe you said that the emblem is only on one side of the lighter. Are you sure about that? Of course I'm sure. Why don't you take a look for yourself and see? Do you see an earth emblem on both sides of the lighter?
I knew it.
Fine, detective. Pardon me?
You mean...
Yes, my bracelet reacted to a statement about the emblem. He's definitely hiding something big. I think if we use my talent, I might be able to figure it out.
Justice Dono. Are you to use that cheat of yours again?
It's not cheating, Prosecutor Blackquill!
Very well. Whether I like it or not, I suppose we should use whatever works right now. Go on then.
You have Prosecutor Blackquill's reluctant blessing, apparently. Okay, Apollo, you're up. Here goes then. Detective Fulbright, could you repeat that last statement one more time? What in the world are you up to? Alright, fine. I'll say it as many times as you like. Listen carefully. The earth emblem is only on one side. They can see when held in the right hand.
Can I see his hands from here?
Can. Oh, I think I know. I think I know. Listen again. Let's watch. Let's watch his hand.
Isn't this where the knife was?
Listen again. Maybe this one. His thumb.
Gotcha!
Found your thumb. Detective Fulbright, you might not be aware of it yourself, but whenever you say the phrase the earth emblem, your left thumb moves. In fact, it appears as though you're running it along the edge of your holster. Mr. Lawyer, I don't have the foggiest notion of what you're talking about. Be that as it may, I know it has something to do with the lighter. Let me examine it. But why? Why? You're not making any sense! You can't just—
Silence!
Be still and do as you're told, Fulbright. If you have nothing to hide, you shouldn't mind them having a look-see, should you?
What? Not you too, Prosecutor Blackquill!
Not sure what this is all about, but Prosecutor Blackquill insists. Must be something important. I will allow the defense to examine the lighter.
Good. Now, maybe we'll learn something new.
Hope so. Let's check every inch of this thing. The lighter? Wait a sec. That's weird. Back is covered with blood. Say, you notice anything funny about this blood stain? Right. It suddenly breaks off unnaturally. Supposedly, the lighter was held with the right hand so that the emblem was visible. So, the print should be around the emblem and on the lid where you can open it. You're right. There's definitely something off here. Hard to tell if the prints are from a right hand or a left just by looking. I don't think looking at each print with naked eyes will tell us anything new. This liar definitely hides a secret. I agree. Check it out carefully. Can I not open it? Oh, here we go. This is the Earth emblem Detective Fulbright was talking about. See anything noteworthy? Huh? Hey! Look at this! This emblem's actually some kind of button. It's a gun! The lighter's a gun? Wait a sec! Wait! Detective Fulbright, were you idiotic enough to give us a gun? Wow. It transformed. There's something. Handle? Trigger? Is this what I think it is? There's no question, it seems. What you have there is a gun.
What? What?
Gun. So, that's it. Your Honor, please recall this morning's trial when Director Cosmos was on the stand. The bullet that hit the oxygen tank was extremely small, maybe a .10 caliber. This little compact gun probably takes bullets of that caliber. Looks like this is the gun that was fired at the scene.
I'm flabbergasted. The lighter was a gun?
It's when Detective Fulbright would touch his holster. That's right. Ricky mentioned the Earth emblem. He must have subconsciously thought about the secret behind the lighter. In other words, he knew it was a gun from the very beginning. The lighter that transformed into a gun seems like a spy gadget to me. It's not the kind of thing any normal, ordinary person can get their hands on. That, I'd say it's strictly in the domain of elite spies. Detective Fulbright, you will explain yourself. There's nothing for me to explain. I didn't know the lighter could transform. I mean, it was found at the Space Museum, and then I brought it straight in. I didn't even have time to check it out.
Objection!
Whenever you mentioned the Earth emblem, touched your holster, you subconsciously did that because you knew it was a gun. Assume me all you want, but where's your proof? Do you have any evidence that I knew the lighter was a gun? Not exactly. And whose prints are on it? Miss Sykes' prints. It proves that she's the culprit who fired the gun at the scene.
It would appear the detective is right.
Are you guys really trying to prove your client innocent or what? Although, it pains me to do this. Now that we are where we are, I have to make the following assertions coming from the prosecution's side.
The person who fired the gun at Director Cosmos in the lounge after the incident. The person Miss Blackquill saw holding the lighter. And the person who murdered Mr. Terry. And the person who bombed the Space Center. Are all the defendant Athena Sykes. The prints on the lighter are decisive proof. No! Now do you see? A man on the side of justice can impossibly be the culprit. I think this about sums up Miss Sykes' part in the whole affair.
The evidence certainly does seem to point to the defendant's guilt.
The prints are only on it, so it looks like a lighter.
Do you have anything to say, Prosecutor Blackquill? Evidence is everything in court. Therefore, Fulbright's claims stand firm.
But... Calm down, Apollo. Just saying that because he has to as the prosecutor. Mr. Lawyer, our job is to pursue criminals in the name of justice. You shouldn't cast suspicion on people based on something as dubious as a habit. In fact, you have a bad habit of showing up in court with an awful case of bedhead.
Objection!
You're one to talk. Says the man who wears sunglasses at night. If it's proof you want, it's proof you'll get. I'll prove that this lighter is not Miss Sykes, but yours. Sounds like you've hit on something, Apollo. Just, if the prints on the lighter are the basis for accusing Athena, I think we should reconsider the credibility of the evidence itself. You mean, you think the liar might be forged evidence? That's right. It'd all be part of Fulbright's bigger plot. Do anything out of the ordinary while I was off on my own? I can definitely think of a few things. Yes, indeed! Have a look at this!
What's this? A lighter?
Detective, we'd like to run a comparison on some prints we found in the boarding lounge. Ah, yes. I just happen to have compiled the print data for everyone related to this case. I can always make another copy for myself, so it's all yours. Consider it a gift! We assume he's been laying a big trap for us all along. There's gotta be something off about this piece of evidence. What's wrong with the lighter as a piece of evidence? How the prints were left on it. Yeah, how the prints were left on it. Maybe where the prints are on it. Anything odd about where the prints are? Guess if it was fired as a gun. About where the prints would be, but... be something off about this piece of evidence. The owner of the prints. Those really Athena's fingerprints? Definitely matched her print data. But what about the data itself? Detective Fulbright, you were the one who proved us with the lighter and the print data. Isn't that correct? Yes! What about it? You say Miss Sykes' prints match the print data. I have to wonder, the data you used official?
Mr. Wright, are you suggesting that the evidence might have been fabricated?
I guess there's only one way to find out. Let's re-examine the prints. Using the official, sanctioned print data of the people involved in this case. What? You dare insult the epitome of justice and integrity? There's no need for such antics!
Silence!
Your Honor, lend my voice the defense's request. You must allow the test to be rerun. Very well then. Bailiff.
Oh,
it appears the official data is here.
That hawk really likes you, huh? And the results?
It's just as the defense claims. This proves the prints on the lighter do not belong to the defendant.
Ah! Yes.
The fingerprints actually belong to the victim, Mr. Clay Terry.
Later update in the court record. There were Clay fingerprints on the lighter?
I see. Come to think of it, wasn't it you, Fulbright, who collected the victim's prints?
I personally removed his glove during the investigation. Gotta get his fingerprints to confirm his identity, after all. I did find that weird.
When you took the deceased fingerprints, you could have easily planted his prints on the lighter with his blood. After which, you wiped the blood off of his hand.
Nah! By your own admission, you were also the one who compiled the phony print data. All to put the blame on Miss Sykes. Ah! Oh, I forgot the bird's name was Taka, right. This ploy must have been to distract us from the Phantom who was behind everything. You were out to create the impression that the Phantom wasn't the true culprit.
So does this mean Detective Fulbright really is the Phantom?
Remember the killer's escape route. No ordinary person would have been fearless enough to attempt it. Nobody but the Phantom, the man with no emotions, could have done it. Ah! Detective Fulbright, you were the only one who could have used that escape route. Ah! Hi!
Fulbright, are you really the Phantom? Answer me. So help me, I will slash you to tiny slivers where you stand.
Ah! Alright, I'll talk. I confess. I'm not the Phantom.
Silence!
All over. Now be a man and admit it already.
But I'm not a spy! I'm an undercover investigator. I've actually been after the Phantom myself.
Under the cover of investigator. That sounds less than wholesome to me. Are you investigating what's under my covers? I'll have you know it's just me and my wife. Get out of here!
Help it.
The person who hides his identity and secretly investigates in order to uncover information. And that's what you really are, Fulbright.
That's right. I was working to track down the Phantom. Sadly, even though I was supposed to catch the spy ended up capturing me. Took my family hostage and forced me to cooperate with him.
What?
Objection!
I doubt. No. You're telling us this now? But if what you say is true, then who was the mystery person Miss Blackquill and Mr. Starbucks saw? It was the Phantom, I tell you! All I did was help him by having the emergency ladder lowered for him. I don't believe you. Then how do you explain the fabricated lighter? That was also one of the Phantom's demands. Being the detective in charge of the case, it was easy for me to fabricate evidence. Paying the crime on Athena Sykes was just one of the Phantom's orders. You expect me to buy that? Easy way to tell if he's the Phantom. Take off the glove!
Fulbright, what was the Phantom's ultimate objective?
I was told it was to sabotage the rocket launch. Someone who didn't want the launch to happen must have given him the order. Actually, I had to apologize to you too. Phantom told me to get close to you. He ordered me to get back that psych profile you have on him.
So, sent a buzzard of his own to tell me this past year, did he?
I haven't been a champion of justice. I've also just been a pawn of evil. Pawn of the Phantom who stole the moon rock and killed Dr. Sykes 7 years ago.
Enough, Fulbright. Tell us the Phantom's true identity.
I don't know. He was very careful to hide it. He has top secret information for all kinds of corporations and countries. So there's a number of organizations that want him dead. If people believed I was the Phantom, I could be killed on the spot. Why, I bet even now there are assassins lurking nearby. This case is about the Phantom after all.
With the ceiling blown off, I suppose you are vulnerable to a sniper shot in this courtroom.
Just 2 seconds ago, Fulbright was treating Athena like a criminal. It's really think he's going to lie his way out of it now? On the surface, everything does seem to make sense. This could be bad, Mr. Wright. Can't find a flaw in his logic. He's right. We've come all this way. We can't let Fulbright wriggle free now. There! I finally told the truth. Now I hope you see how foolish it was to think I was the Phantom. You're an intelligent man, Prosecutor Blackquill. You believe me, right?
I've seen that look in his eyes before.
I believe you. I don't think you're the Phantom.
What? How can you say that, Prosecutor Blackquill? It's obvious he's the Phantom.
Evidence is everything, right, Dono? And you must admit there's no clear evidence that Fulbright is the Phantom.
Yes. I recall the only solid proof we've seen up to this point. The fact that Detective Fulbright fabricated evidence.
But...
I've known Fulbright here for a year now, and all this time he's been quite intent on rehabilitating me. I don't believe his efforts were a lie.
Prosecutor Blackquill!
This fool truly thought he could reform a death row inmate like me. Went so out of his way in his efforts for me, it actually became quite a nuisance, really.
Prosecutor Blackquill, you believe me! Please tell me Prosecutor Blackquill hasn't really been taken in by this big phony.
However, even if it was against your will, you still acted as the Phantom's accomplice. You'll have to pay the price for that. Throw yourself at my mercy. Don't you ever betray me again. Have you got that?
Yes, thank you. Oh, thank you! It's turning into Gumshoe.
Such a bond of trust is a rare and beautiful thing.
Yeah, screw evidence. And did you see the look in his eyes? That was not normal.
In any case, it looks like everything has been resolved. I will now hand down a non-guilty verdict with confidence.
Very good. I'm glad to hear it. It's all over. Everything's been cleared up and Miss Sykes will go free as well. Mr. Wright, can't let the trial end here. You do the Phantom. And who killed Clay? Get away. No. I know, but... what do? I don't have any proof that Detective Fulbright is the Phantom. Tell him to take off his gloves! Is this it? Going to get away just like that? Take off the glove! Now, if you'll excuse me, my next investigation awaits. And with that... I'm off!
Hold it. Who's holding?
Oh, Athena, hi. The defense... No, wait. Not the defense. The defendant feels it's not time for a verdict yet, and would like to see this trial continue.
What? But I was just about to declare you innocent of all charges.
This doesn't feel right to be standing here. Hey, Apollo, think you could scooch over?
Wait, is all three...
It's a little crowded. Apollo looks so mad. I'm stuck, scared. Why am I stuck? My key isn't working. What the frick? Break my keyboard? Apollo looks so upset. Athena, what are you doing? Hope we don't get held in contempt of court. Also, it's very tight.
Do you understand how much room we have back here? It's not that much. Dude, we don't have enough room for 3 people.
I have some questions for you, Detective Fulbright. Are you relieved that you are no longer under suspicion of being the Phantom? Are you grateful to Prosecutor Blackquill for what he's done for you?
Of course I am. I'm truly grateful from the bottom of my heart.
Athena, where are you going with these questions?
I've yet to hear a single emotion behind any of Detective Fulbright's words, boss. Suspicion against him has been cleared up. He's not feeling happy at all.
What? Does that mean?
He may not have any evidence, but the heart doesn't lie.
That's it. Your special ability, we just might be able to stop him.
Your Honor, Detective has been deeply traumatized by our accusations.
Yes, well, even before all this, I thought he was a rather odd fellow.
If he doesn't get counseling right away, who knows what might happen to him?
Prosecutor Blackquill! Can you believe the nonsense the defense is spouting?
Alright. I think you better have that counseling.
Not you too!
You've been making batty remarks ever since you were accused of being the Phantom. Such as, you're an undercover investigator and your family has been taken hostage. I fear you might have finally lost it.
But I thought you believed me!
Oh, how you amuse me so.
What's going on here?
That was an excellent bit of psychological manipulation just now, Simon.
I knew you would catch on, Athena.
Huh? Mind filling me in here?
Guess we left you in the dust, huh, Mr. Wright? Simon was only pretending to believe Detective Fulbright. Because he knew I'd noticed there was a lack of emotions like joy or relief in his response. So, he gave me the chance to take a listen. And listen I did to the voice of Detective Fulbright's heart.
What? You two were working together just now?
Come now. Show us what's inside Fulbright's heart.
You got it! Time to check the instant replay. Widget, mon ami, let's do this.
Apollo rarely ever feels happy, you gotta admit though.
Thank you for believing in me, Prosecutor Blackquill. I'm an undercover investigator, but the Phantom was coercing me. He stole the moon rock and killed Dr. Seiss 7 years ago. A bad person for cooperating with such a man. He took my family hostage. What else could I do?
Even with this, you have no emotions. Even with all his over-the-top expressions and gestures, he's registering no emotion at all.
It's just like I thought. I'm right in line with the Phantom's psych profile.
There's that look again! I don't like that look! I don't like that expression!
Detective Fulbright, this lack of emotion proves you're the Phantom. Hey, what's going on?
Wait, hold it. What do you think you're doing, Detective?
Me? I'm not doing anything.
He's trying to hack into the Moon Matrix program. I can't do anything with it like this.
Yeah!
Fancy device you have there. Won't tolerate no cheating, thank you.
Oh, there's the look. There's the look.
Sorry about that. As an undercover agent, I tend to use my secret arsenal without even thinking.
Or like I was a spy.
Thanks, Prosecutor Blackquill. There. Now that you can't hack me anymore, I dare you to try to hide your lack of emotions from us.
Oh, I hate this! It's so creepy!
Lack of emotions? What are you talking about? Of course I have feelings! As a matter of fact, you wounded me very deeply with that accusation! What's going on? All of a sudden I'm getting an overwhelming happy reading. Huh? But he's literally crying us a river over there. Oops. Mistake. How about this? Gah! Yikes! Now he's angry all of a sudden. What's he trying to pull?
Like as not, it would appear our friend is not completely without emotion. It's just as it says in Dr. Sykes' profile of the Phantom. The subject has a unique psychological makeup with almost no emotional fluctuation.
Oh, I get it. So he has some emotions, right?
Precisely. Which leads me to wonder why you can't sense any emotions from him at all. I believe it's most likely because he is controlling his emotions.
Very good, Prosecutor Blackquill. You are correct. It's the result of my daily training. A very important skill as an undercover investigator, you know? Or like for us spies. Seriously. But I wonder why he suddenly showed several strong emotions. I think I know. Since there's a feeling you're trying to hide with your exaggerated emotions, Detective. A feeling I'm trying to hide? That's a good one. You're the ones who have been saying I'm the Phantom because I don't have any emotions. I was just trying to show you the range of deep emotions I truly possess.
Then you have no objections to me analyzing you, right?
No. Analyze away. I still state it again. I am not the Phantom. And be forewarned that your analysis will have no effect. As you're about to see what an undercover agent can really do.
It's going haywire.
He the Phantom? No way! Oh, I'm so sad. See? I told you I have emotions. Okay, so the emotions are fluctuating all throughout this. This one, sadness isn't fluctuating at all. How dare you accuse me of being someone who would kill over a moon rock? Sadness isn't fluctuating. It's the only one that's not turning off. But in this statement right here, sadness doesn't go away. The others are turning on and off, but sadness is staying there. I'm so glad this whole misunderstanding is cleared up now. None of the emotions are staying except for this one. This is the only one that's staying. Found it. Found the one emotion you're truly feeling. What? Hidden in the middle of that chaotic storm, I saw one emotion that never disappeared. When you talked about the moon rock. You felt a fear that wouldn't fade. Fear? Huh.
A fear that a man with hardly any emotions feels, huh?
It was a response to that moon rock.
Captain Fulbright, assume you feel fear concerning the moon rock because you failed to steal it. You tried but failed to steal the moon rock. That stage in your career as a spy has left you feeling afraid.
But the moon rock did indeed disappear from the laboratory.
I'd hardly think a person who feels so little about feel fear over a thing like that. Everyone jump on Phoenix hype train all at once now. Topic of what the spy might fear the most come up in our discussions earlier will be reviewed. Force. That's it.
Enough, Fulbright. Tell us the Phantom's true identity.
I don't know. I was very careful to hide it. It was top secret information for all kinds of corporations and countries. So there's a number of organizations that want him dead. If people believed I was the Phantom, I could be killed on the spot. Well, I bet even now. There are assassins lurking nearby! This case is about the Phantom after all! Detective Fulbright, I think I know why you would feel afraid. You're afraid that the Moonrock will somehow reveal your identity.
His identity was revealed. He would be killed immediately. That's certainly enough to make even the Phantom feel afraid.
Me? Afraid? I don't know what you're talking about.
So, there really is something about the Moonrock that would reveal his identity.
Apparently so. Wait a minute. Maybe the Phantom didn't so much steal the Moonrock, but more like he had to take it with him. Because there was something on it that would reveal his true identity. Hey! 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 Come back here! Fulbright! Where do you think you're going? Me? I'm not going anywhere. Is it just me, or was he going to use that weird watch thing to try to get away? How many more of those toys does he have? Where can I get myself some? Detective Fulbright, you will answer honestly to this court right now. Why do you feel fear in connection with the Moonrock? In justice we trust! No emotions, Mr. Lawyer! Evidence is everything. I'm the Phantom because I'm afraid? Don't make me laugh. Ha! And what was that just now? He's trying to slice me with his grappling hook.
All human beings have hearts and experience emotions. Sometimes analyzing a case from the psychological perspective is the best way to find the truth.
It's all just a waste of time. All your efforts and analysis serve no purpose. Now, in its dark age of the law, nobody would believe your claim is effective. In an era where evidence is fabricated, you truly expect feelings to be accepted as proof. And where exactly is your proof that you're the Moonrock anyway?
Well, I admit, I don't have any conventional proof, but I still say that examining a person's heart has its merits.
Really?
Then why don't you listen carefully with those special ears of yours? Listen to the voices of the hearts of the people in the gallery.
All I hear is distrust. Is distrust?
Oh. Wait, really? That's actually cool.
As you can see, people are amongst us. All we see is a strange little frog and a weird little machine.
It's not like I use analytical psychology to falsely accuse people.
Uh-oh. Athena doubting herself. Miss Sykes' analytical psychology has breathed new life into the courtroom. It has freed the hearts of many witnesses and has been key in getting to the truth. What nonsense! Your Honor, the defense's claims is a false one. I don't feel any kind of fear when it comes to the Moonrock.
See. Very well. I will give the opinion of this court. In a trial, I don't feel that a person's emotions are quite as compelling as actual evidence is.
Your Honor.
There! You see? Nobody believes you in your trumped up charges.
However, I do believe Miss Sykes' analysis can contribute to making the truth clearer. I've seen her do this firsthand several times already.
Surely you jest.
So does this mean you'll accept my findings in this trial, Your Honor?
Yes,
I believe your claim, Miss Cyrus. I think there is merit in examining why the witness feels fear in regard to the moon rock. That is the court's opinion on this matter.
That's a win for me. No, a win for analytical psychology. Now, Mr. Phantom, you will tell this court the reason for your fear.
Analytical psychology? Fears?
Fine. I'll show you precisely why those abstract things can be considered evidence.
You stabbed your hand on a moon rock, didn't you?
That's what the weird yellow stuff. Shut up a sec. Shut up 1 second. 1 second. Wrong thing. I can't look at it. It's not here anymore. Wait. Felt fear when I thought about the moon rock because it reminded me of the Phantom. Yes, I'm very afraid of him because he took my family hostage. What reason would the Phantom have to be afraid of the moon rock? Not at all. So the very fact I'm afraid of the moon rock means I'm not him. In fact, I'm on the side of justice.
There you have it. Now, you see why I'm afraid of the moon rock. Sure, it's unconvincing enough. But so does any two big con artists. It's all meaningless in the absence of evidence.
Hey.
Did you try to he tried to scare Blackquill, and Blackquill just returned the favor.
The Phantom is like the mist. No flesh, no bone. Sword alone cannot cut it. Right, Dono? With your deductive reasoning and the body of evidence before us, let us send this miserable Phantom fellow to the other world together.
You and I, Prosecutor Blackquill. We have a duty to bring the Phantom down and restore the people's faith in the courts. There was a crucial piece of evidence that got thrown out. Wait a sec.
Hey! Hey! Where's my evidence?
Of the guy running away, where is that?
Indeed. By covering for a thief, allowed the Phantom to escape. As a prosecutor, I gave birth to the people's mistrust of my murder conviction.
I bear part of the responsibility as well, for being suspected of forging evidence and losing my attorney's badge as a result. The two of us and the Phantom were there at the beginning of the Dark Age of the law.
Then, it is also our verdict to cut away the foul specter we created, is it not? Until all that remains is the righteousness of the court, the faith of the people.
Trust. Standing. Fragile ideals of the masses
Were controlled by emotion. Humans can't truly trust each other. Which is exactly why the illusion of trust is so enticing.
Objection!
Once two people can overcome their misgivings, that's where real trust is to be found. You're free to believe what you want, but trust like this is stronger than you and your lies always. Cross-examination. You're the moon rock.
Hold it!
Way to remind you of the Phantom. Only reminded you of the Phantom? Don't make me laugh. You are the Phantom. Evidence is everything in a court of law. Or did you forget? I was forced to testify over silly things like feelings. Those tactics won't work from here on out. We need real evidence. Hate to admit it, but he's right.
Hold it!
Up with the family thing? Your family? Like, who is your family specifically? Oh, I don't know. Like, maybe my lover, for example?
For example, maybe? We need a more concrete answer than that.
Maybe my mother, my son, or my daughter. Maybe it was all of them. I'm so sad and worried. I miss them so much. Is it your fish? Is it love? He's obviously lying. Look how upset I am. Does any wonder I followed the Phantom's orders? What reason would the Phantom have to be afraid of the Moonrock? None at all.
Hold it!
Can't think of a single reason that the Phantom might be afraid of the rock. I thought the Phantom wasn't even supposed to have any feelings. How can someone like me, with my wealth of emotions, be expected to understand the guy? Phantom, a person with very few emotions, would only be afraid of something really big. His cover getting blown big. I'm willing to bet that the Moonrock was something to do with the identity, but what?
Maybe the Phantom's fingerprints were on the rock?
Fingerprints can be wiped off.
And maybe he wanted the rock so bad he literally drooled on it and left his DNA.
You're dealing with a spy here, Athena, not a slob. True. But maybe the DNA part isn't too far off. Also, you are making Apollo upset that you're crowding him so much. Huh? Something unexpected happened to him during the incident 7 years ago. Just know I have something that can show why the Phantom is afraid of the Moonrock. I'll just continue with my testimony while you're pondering then, if you don't mind. I do, but you got rid of it! So the very fact I'm afraid of the Moonrock means I'm not him.
Hold it!
And how afraid are you exactly? I'm so scared I sort of shake even when I see the moon in the sky! Do you shake when you see Miss Sykes' earrings? Well, to be honest, since the first time I met Miss Sykes, I felt more than a little frightened of her. I guess some people just inspire that much fear in others.
Mr. Wright, you were thinking something mean-spirited and rude, weren't you?
Of course not. Must beef up Miss mind-reading defenses. Do you understand? The very fact that I'm afraid of the Moonrock proves that... In fact, I'm on the side of justice! I very much doubt that. After all that you've done, how dare you speak the word justice? In justice we trust! I'll say it as much as I want and with absolute confidence. Whatever I say is just. That's how it works in this dark age of the law. You won't get the best of me with that twisted argument of his. Find a way to get him right where I want him.
Detective Fulbright, or rather, the Phantom, feels fear in regard to the Moonrock. It only has something to do with being afraid that his true identity won't be revealed.
Right. So that's why the Phantom had to take the Moonrock with him 7 years ago. In that case, it had something to show the real cause of Fulbright's fear. Just might be able to expose his true identity. I do. Yeah, it's her earring. A different statement. I get it! Penalty! First one in the case. Shut up! I know what I need to present! Really? I meant to do it here?
Objection!
No. Don't you find the statement a bit odd?
You had the question wrong.
Huh?
I believe you meant to say, don't you find my head to be a bit odd?
Huh? You better not be talking about my hair.
If you choose to wave your sword at contradictions that don't exist, prepare to have the soundness of your mind brought into question, right, Dono?
Subtle, aren't you?
I'll have no wild swords waving in my courtroom, Mr. Wright.
Maybe I better listen to the testimony again.
I did listen to it. I have what I need, it's just...
Objection!
Is that really not it? Ah, gosh dang it. Am I not meant to show the Moonrock? Oh, I'm on the right statement, I'm just not finding the right thing then. Maybe... utility knife?
Objection!
Oh! I was trying to think of things that were related to the past case, and it was the utility knife. Detective Fulbright, I assume you know what this is. Of course! It's the knife the Phantom used to kill Clay Terran. That's right. And the exact same type of knife Miss Sykes used 7 years ago when she stabbed the Phantom's hand. Yes, that was discussed earlier, as I recall.
He punched at first. I got us close. But I tried again.
And this time you got him, didn't you?
I did. Remember it clearly now. I went into the back of his hand.
Miss Sykes then stated she remembers the culprit bleeding. My theory that the culprit's blood got on the moon rock. And he was afraid that if the blood was analyzed, his true identity would be revealed. That explains why the Phantom had to remove the moon rock from the crime scene.
You mean, if we read the analysis now, we know who the Phantom is?
Yes, I suppose so. But unfortunately, the moon rock in question is missing. That may be so. I'm certain I can explain what happened to it in great detail.
You can.
Of course. Not.
You don't actually expect us to believe that, do you? Because you don't fool me.
Ha! What's with this? What this court needs is a bully-free zone.
The infinite sword of the begulling bluff. Its edge is without compare. Come now, ready it with me, and show us just how finely it cuts.
Your Honor, this is an outrage! Oh, I mean, this is an outrage? Ha!
You'll want right, Dono.
Let's start with something that's been bothering me for a while. Now, the culprit supposedly removed the moon rock from the lab. But in the video of him, it's nowhere to be seen.
Oh, you're right.
But here's something to consider. What if the Phantom hid the moon rock somewhere at the scene of the crime? Good thinking, boss. Security was super tight at the Space Center back then.
All that, in spite of the Space Center having very strict security in those days. All personal effects were examined thoroughly, coming and going. You could even smuggle a withered old leaf through those checkpoints.
Does this mean the moon rock is still somewhere in the Space Center? In the name of justice, I proclaim that's impossible! Why is that? The Space Center was searched from top to bottom, and especially the lab, but the moon rock was never found. How could I forget about that?
Sad but true fact. We still don't have a grasp of how it was done. But the Phantom made the moon rock vanish into the ether.
There's no way it just disappeared. Logic and evidence tells us otherwise. Phantom didn't have the moon rock on him when he left the lab. Yet, a thorough police search didn't turn up anything. Never turned up in 7 years after that either. The Phantom made the rock disappear without physically removing it himself. How? There must have been a way. Think, Phoenix, think! How did the moon rock vanish from the robotics lab? Let me myself look at the evidence, please. I can't? Okay, frick you!
So, can you or can you not show what happened to the moon rock, Mr. Wright?
Yes, I can. Your Honor. What? Oops, sorry. I mean... What?
That case. Let's have your answer, Mr. Wright.
The judge is just confused. How did the Phantom make the moon rock disappear from the crime scene?
Wait.
Take that!
That's the Hope capsule, right? The one that went up with the Hadash-1 rocket.
He couldn't carry the rock out, but he couldn't leave it in the center to be found either. So, there was only one safe place to stash it. The Hope capsule that was there in the lab that day.
Yes. The team must have loaded it into this Hope space probe eventually.
I mean, he was the one who put it in.
But if that's what happened, then the moon rock would have been launched up into space along with the rocket. Preposterous! It would mean that for these past 7 years, the moon rock was—
Who do thing again? Ah, there we go. Exactly. The Phantom got rid of the moon rock in the most cosmic way he knew how. He knows how. It was out there in the depths of space. Aboard the Hope space probe. What?
Order the court! I understand now. The Phantom's original scheme was to sabotage the Hadash-1 anyway. The villain used his primary objective to conveniently kill two birds with one stone.
That's right. He planned for the moon rock to be turned into cosmic dust out in space, thereby destroying the one piece of evidence that would reveal his true identity. But Mr. Starbuck and the others foiled the Phantom's plot. The Hope space probe sailed off safely in its mission and returned 7 years later. With the capsule in tow. Yeah! If we analyze the blood on the moon rock, it should make one thing crystal clear. That you were the Phantom all along, Detective Fulbright. So, he killed Clay just so that he could get the moon rock back? I believe so. His original assignment may have been just to sabotage the Hadash-2, but at the same time, he also had to retrieve the evidence of his crimes 7 years ago. That's why he went to the boarding lounge and attacked Clay as he made his escape out of the rocket with the capsule. But in the end, it was all he could do just to escape himself, so he didn't get the capsule. He must have done everything he could to stop Fulbright. Probably hung on to that capsule for all he was worth until his very last breath. Oh, this is so funny! You make me laugh, you really do! Boy, he's totally out of whack now. It's game over for you, Detective Fulbright. Why don't you just admit to it all now? There's nothing to admit! I'm Bobby Fulbright, undercover investigator, I tell you! I'm not the Phantom! The blood on the rock is just another one of his schemes, a trap!
Now I'm not sure what to think. Suppose if the Phantom is a spy worth his salt, the trap is not out of the question.
Objection!
But in this case, you could say anything is a trap. That's what makes a trap a trap! I've been framed into taking the blame for the Phantom! Your Honor, I believe further investigation is in order!
Further investigation? More like plotting your escape. But no more. I will bring you to justice myself if I must. Here and now.
I guess it's time to show you just what I'm really capable of. Die, Pt17. Hey! You guys aren't really... Who's holding? Oh, Edgeworth, hi.
Looks like I made it just in time.
Edgeworth!
I have good news for you, Mr. Wright. I've uncovered the very crucial facts.
Hello, edgy vampire man! Been a minute. Where have you been? Did you find something out about the Phantom's true identity?
You might say that. I started by looking into the first people on the scene 7 years ago. All three, an employee and 2 officers, were registered in the robot's recognition system, but none of them looked the least bit like Detective Fulbright. That's not good. But there's more. Yet to share my most important finding. Mr. Wright, Prosecutor Blackquill, you'd best brace yourselves. Uh-oh. The man you see there before you, Bobby Fulbright, is already long dead.
You took on the persona of someone else? Huh? What's that supposed to mean?
An unidentified body was found a year ago. It has now been proven to possess Bobby Fulbright's fingerprints. Then does this mean... Yes, the man there is an imposter pretending to be Bobby Fulbright.
An imposter?
Then this man... Who in the world is he?
Enough of your trickery. You will not reveal yourself to us. Then I shall do it for you.
You actually sliced him! Wait, that entire time it's a mask? What the? No!
His face.
The mask this entire time?
Aw, look what you did to my mask.
Mask. What is the meaning of this witness?
Okay, got me. I guess. I have to show you who I really am now.
What? What?
Wait, but that's...
Hey, Apollo! Yup, it's me, Solomon Starbuck. Mr. Starbuck, but that can't be right. You can't really be the Phantom, can you?
Silence.
Is this gonna be the weird Scooby-Doo freaking parody I saw where they were pulling off the mask and it was just another mask and another mask and another mask?
Of course not. The real Starbuck was aboard the Hat-1, which was set to be destroyed.
Yeah, this is just another mask. I mean, can I tell you? I'm an undercover investigator. I can change identities at will. I can be anybody I want. Not so fast. I have the Phantom Psych profile right here. We compile a Psych profile on you and compare the results. It will prove that you're the Phantom. It is the Scooby-Doo parody! It's gonna be mask after mask! It's time for me to show you the real meaning of the phrase.
The end justifies the means.
That voice. Those words.
Really?
I cannot accept such evidence here, Miss Sykes.
Professor Means!
No.
Mask?
And take what I want by any means necessary. Now give me that evidence.
Huh?
Time to take out the trash. Permanent.
How could you?
Now you can see how powerful the end justifies the means can be.
Silence.
How pathetic. Can't even speak without wearing another man's mask. Face. Ah, but that's the life of an undercover agent. My real face has no meaning or value to me at all. Or perhaps they're really the cause that you don't even know who you are anymore. What must you see when you look in the mirror, Mr. Phantom? Not an awful lot, I'd wager. Well, aren't you just the master of psychology, Blackquill? That's right. I don't know who I am. I'm always living with someone else for my own assignments. I don't remember what my face looks like, or even what my personality was like. My face, memories, personality, beliefs, emotions, and soul. I left them all behind. I have no self. I am no one. I am nothing but an endless abyss.
What's with this guy? Is he even still human?
And now we resume with your lesson, Professor Wright.
Oh, huh?
I believe you made this argument earlier. If you were to analyze the blood on the moon rock, you could prove that I am the Phantom.
I believe there was blood on the moon rock in the capsule. Now that we know you aren't even Bobby Fulbright, your claims of the Phantom trap won't work anymore.
Then why don't you bring this moon rock in? This decisive evidence for the Hope capsule.
I think I will do just that. Dude, it was used in the bomb. Get ready, because the Hope capsule is about to seal your... Fudge! It was the courtroom bombing from the other day. The capsule was there in the courtroom as evidence. Was blown to smithereens!
It looks like you have finally caught on. Full marks for the defense for effort. But what a shame your hope was lost in that courtroom explosion.
Ah! So that's the real reason this courtroom was blown up. It's all for the Phantom to destroy that one piece of evidence. I can't believe it. We really reached a dead end after coming all this way. Has the only evidence we have of this guy really been destroyed?
How dare you continue to call me the Phantom? As I've said all along, I'm just a nameless undercover agent.
Objection!
The defense will continue to assert that you are the Phantom. Furthermore, we have proof. Or at least a prayer.
I'm afraid that won't do, Mr. Wright. For once.
At least put some weight behind your swing, right, Dono?
I know. I'm trying. There's only one thing that can unmask this menace. The moon rock. But that was blown into bits in the courtroom bombing. And yet, is it really gone without a trace? What if some tiny part, little fragments still exist?
Yes, and you can see that... You can see the stolen moon rock there too.
The strange black and yellow thing on the left side of the picture?
Very well, Mr. Wright. Let's see your proof. What evidence will finally prove the Phantom's identity?
Take that!
Isn't that the bomb that blew up the courtroom? The moon rock along with it? Are you saying this will reveal the Phantom's identity?
Yes, Your Honor. Focus your attention on this photo taken after the bombing. Specifically, right here.
You can pray all you want, but you will never achieve it. Not now.
Please take a look at this newspaper article. This article about the
Hat-1.
Now please note the strange black and yellow rock there on the left. That's the moon rock. And when we look at this photo of the bomb fragments, see how there is a rock-like object with the same coloration?
Oh my! Yes, I see it!
It would seem that the moon rock was much more durable than the Phantom thought. If we take a look at all the fragments that the police found, we'll likely find one with blood. And DNA testing on that blood will prove that the witness is indeed the Phantom.
Unbelievable!
But that's impossible.
Prize to be sure. That's one bloody tough rock. Let us have the fragments tested straight away. Oh, you'll be having a DNA test too, Fulbright.
Bailiff! Contact the police department immediately and order the testing. Prosecutor Blackquill, what did the test results show?
There was a rock fragment that had blood on it that appeared to be several years old. DNA testing revealed. Well, I'm sure you know full well what it revealed.
They confirmed it was the witness's blood, didn't they?
There's no use in trying to talk your way out of it anymore. Let me check the... I'm curious about something. Okay. Admit it. You are the Phantom.
Objection!
Did you take off the mask and it's me? Huh? That's right. Did you just raise an objection to yourself? No, I didn't say a word. That was my objection, Apollo. You took off the means mask and it's me, isn't it? Huh? Why? This is a pretty good objection, too, don't you think? Now he's me?
So, did you have an objection or not, Mr. Wright?
Judge, that's not me! Huh? Oh, no, not really, Your Honor.
No, not you, Mr. Wright. I mean the witness, Mr. Wright.
Does this trial get any more insane? Mr. Wright, this fragment... Phoenix question mark! Mr. Wright, this fragment of rock in the photograph and those just like it. How can you be sure they're pieces of the same moon rock that was at the robotics lab? Care to explain what you mean? Well, there may have been a rock or two in the courtroom that had my blood on it. But how do you know they're not just rocks? You can't prove that they're the moon rock, right?
Objection!
I just objected myself? What? Yeah, it definitely is more convincing than Tiger, being the friggin' lobster he is. Don't be absurd. Just compare the fragment with the rock in the newspaper article. Anybody can see that they're the same. They have the exact same coloration. But maybe some other rock with the same coloration happened to be in the courtroom. It's highly unlikely a rock with such a unique appearance just happened to be here. But you can't deny it's a possibility.
Objection!
Your blood is found on one of the fragments. Apollo, there's nothing suspicious about my blood being on a piece of rock. Why not? I know it sounds like an excuse, but... several years ago, I tripped and fell in this very courtroom. Was hurt pretty badly. Maybe that's how my blood found its way onto a piece of rubble. You must realize how ridiculous this sounds. Yet, I suppose it's not completely out of the question. I see you're starting to sweat, Mr. Wright. I thought the worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. Have you been following me? You're the last person I want to hear that from. Well, then why don't we get those fragments analyzed? We can ask an expert to verify if they were from the moon rock in the robotics lab or not. I'm sorry. I'm afraid that just isn't going to be possible. And why not? In order to prove that, the fragments are from what you say they are from. You need a sample of the moon rock from 7 years ago to compare it with. But that moon rock doesn't exist anymore. There's no sample data left either. You see? Sort of going back in time. Actually, there's one literally hanging off of her ear. There's no way to prove that any of the fragments are from that moon rock. Oh! No! There's really no way to prove it? Are you finally ready to throw in the towel?
Objection!
So, the moon rock doesn't exist anymore, huh? That's right. It's such a valuable rock, too. Shame, really. But it's lost to us forever. Wrong. Completely lost. There's another piece of it. Right here by our side. Shining fragment of hope that can turn everything around. Final piece of evidence to put this phantom away for good. I knew it was gonna come up soon. Fence has a piece of evidence that completely contradicts your claim. Of what now? A final fragment of hope that was passed down with great love and care.
You do?
We do. Even if the person holding it hasn't realized it yet. It's literally hanging off your ear!
That's true, Mr. Roach.
Pay no attention to him, Your Honor. He's just bluffing, as usual. I wonder if you'll be able to force your biggest smile when you see what I've got. Try me. A piece of evidence that shows the original moon rock isn't completely lost is this.
Was about the only things my mother left me with our widget. This earring. Maybe she did love me. Her own way.
Athena. May not know it, but your mother left you with a very important piece of evidence.
Did?
You're bluffing. You don't have anything of the kind. Oh, but we do. Evidence that will finally corner you. Because we have a moon rock of our own. I'm talking to myself!
Yeah. Oh! You mean...
Exactly. A gift Dr. Sykes left her daughter. An item Athena has cherished and worn all these years. Distant as Dr. Sykes may have seemed to her daughter, that fragment of her love will shake off the darkness of the past and give us all the hope for the future. This is a defensive sample of the moon rock.
That's your sample?
This earring that Miss Sykes always wears was made from the original moon rock.
This tongue. It was right here all along?
You still wearing the earring?
No.
If the composition of the bond fragments and the earrings are found to be a match, then it will prove beyond the shadow of a doubt the origin of the fragment in this photo. And since the test results showed that the blood on the fragments was you, this means the identity you tried so hard to hide will finally be revealed. I don't have any identity to hide. I may not have Athena's ears, but now, even I can hear the fear in your voice. I don't feel fear. I left all my emotions behind years ago!
Every human being feels fear. You simply can't face the emotions inside you. You can't face them because you have nothing. No love, no trust.
I suppose you do.
I didn't have anybody to support me at first either. I couldn't face the fear inside me. Couldn't get over the trauma of my past.
Like I said, I don't feel fear.
Objection!
And you're just a coward for running away from yourself. When I had my doubts about Miss Sykes, I felt like I would collapse under the weight. I wanted to trust her. And I knew I could trust Mr. Wright to uncover the truth. That's why I was able to face my suspicions without hesitation. Running away from myself. How can I run away from myself when there's nothing inside? Nothing at all.
Objection!
I know it's hard for some people as unwilling to trust others as you to understand. But people have emotions, just a fact of life. And so, people can be weak at times. But that's exactly why people need to trust one another. So they can gain the strength to face themselves when things are at their bleakest. Without trust in others, how can you ever hope to face your fears? You're inside of me. This... No. Ah! Ah! I'm afraid. I'm scared. Ah! I feel fear. You can't outrun yourself. Remove that mask and unleash your emotions. Confront your guilt head on. With your own true face. My own true face. No, please don't. I know you're here. Where are you? See? I haven't revealed anything yet. Honest. Can't die right here, right now? My own true face. I don't have one. My face. My face. My face. No, you're not. What'd you do with the fish? Is that a smart face? Is it? Is it? Oh, that's not it. No! This isn't me either. Is this me? Which one is my face? What am I? Who am I? I think somebody shot him. I think he's dead. That face... Fulbright's, face mask made me think of Frankie. Dead.
Sniper attack in this very courtroom. It chills me to my bones. But the police are doing everything they can to track down the sniper as we speak. Prosecutor Blackquill, how is Detective Fulbright? His imposter doing? The lucky fellow. The bullet didn't hit any vital organ.
Are we ever gonna see his actual face, or is it just gonna be shadow?
He appears to be in no danger of dying. Well, that was fortunate for all of us. The analyst of the final piece of evidence Raidono submitted is in. The composition of Miss Sykes' earring and the fragment with the blood on it matches. We can now be certain that it is a fragment of the moon rock in question. The murders and bombings at the Space Center, both past and present. The bombing of the courtroom number 4, and all his other crimes as numerous as the stars. Under suspicion of all of these things, the spy known as the Phantom has been incarcerated. The prosecutor's office is now responsible for his well-being. There are still a myriad of things we wish him to tell us about after all. Thank you, Prosecutor Blackquill. Well, it's time to finally bring this trial to an end. But before I do, will the defendant please return to her proper place?
Yes, Your Honor. I forgot I was here. That's a very creepy breakdown, honestly. Creepiest breakdown right there.
Now then, this court finds the defendant Athena Sykes
not guilty.
Court is adjourned.
December 20, 9:12 p.m. District Court. Defendant. Skip! Why can I skip it? Defendant lobby number 5.
Congratulations, Mr. Nick.
Thank you, Pearls. Thank you for being there for Athena.
It's the least I could do. But Athena was great, wasn't she? She was so strong throughout the whole trial. Daddy, I'm so glad to see you.
Trucy, are you alright? Are you hurt?
I'm fine, Daddy. I was doing my magic tricks for the other hostages to keep our spirits up.
Of course you were.
It's our Trucy for you. I'm really glad to see you're safe.
Right. I fear I owe you yet another debt of gratitude.
Edgeworth.
We never would have caught him if it weren't for all of you.
Oh, come on, Edgeworth. What are you talking about? You're the ones who have been tracking the Phantom all this time. Plus, you were the one who gave Blackquill permission to serve as prosecutor, right?
Yes, well, we knew the Phantom was somewhere nearby. The police and I were trying to find him. We never did manage to do so until this trial.
Well, never would have won this trial without you. It was your help as chief prosecutor that was the key to its successful conclusion. Besides, it was you that saw to it I got my attorney's badge back, wasn't it?
So you figured it out, did you?
Yeah. Getting my license back went just a little too smoothly, you know. Should have been much harder after the evidence forging scandal.
Well, I owed you a few favors.
Hey, Edgeworth. Think we can finally bring the dark age of the law to an end?
In the darkest night turns to dawn eventually. Our sun will rise again. Besides, now that Prosecutor Blackquill has been cleared of all charges, a great deal of the mistrust towards the court system should have been swept away.
You know, could have said that with a bigger smile, Edgeworth. It won't kill you. Instead, the furrows in your brow of yours just keep getting deeper and deeper.
So, I should smile more, huh? I'll think about it.
The complicated love-hate relationship between lifelong rivals.
Athena? Who's calling?
Athena.
Athena,
Oh, it's Blackquill.
I'm forever in your debt. You went to all that trouble, even taking the bar exam while you were overseas.
Well, I knew that if I didn't get your sentence overturned fast, you'd be executed. So I studied and studied. I was frantic. I'm so glad I made it in time.
Literally in the nick of time. He was about to die tomorrow.
Just barely. But I still made it.
That a girl, Athena. Good to see you finally let your tears out.
Yes. Survived by the skin of my teeth thanks to you.
Shame on you, Simon! For trying to throw your life away like that!
It was never my intention to just throw my life away. But some things in the world are more important than your own life.
Like what?
I honor bound duty to protect with my life. My mentor's most beloved treasure.
Huh?
That's some loyalty. This guy really is a samurai through and through. She doesn't understand. Well, looks like we can breathe easy now. Apollo, Athena, you both. It took all of us together to pull it off. It took the power of friendship!
You bet, boss. What a team we are, huh?
Definitely the most amazing turnabout I've ever seen. I'm a lucky guy. My office has the best, most capable lawyers around. Thanks, Mr. Wright. Going to work extra hard to make up for all the worry I caused. Apollojustice is fine and ready to go! Let's hear it for the Right Anything Agency.
Well, nobody's going to try harder than me, so you better watch out, Apollo. Simon is free thanks to Mr. Wright.
But there are so many more people out there who need our help. You're right. I'll be needing you both to help them. Still have a long way to go. Get ready, you two. We won a major victory, but the war is far from over. Still people out there suffering. Their false charges we've been defending. We also need to reveal that Apollo and Trucy are siblings! A lot of work ahead of us. Ever hope to fully bring the dark age of the law to a close? That was over! Scared me with the friggin' xylophone!
Hey, I know one thing we have to do. We have to celebrate. A bowl of piping hot noodles.
Please tell me it's not Eldon noodles. I will go anywhere else except for Eldon's noodles. Man, dude, he has... No! Huh? Like a bowl of Eldon's noodles after a trial. All on Mr. Wright's tab. No! Okay, first off, frick you both for expecting me to pay for you. I have yet to see any money, ever. No one's paid me. Still, second game, no money. Broke, as frick. Please, no. This is Trucy's money that she gets from her magic shows. This is her money. Don't be expecting me to pay for you for your freaking noodles. And also, we're not going to Eldon's because it's a major health concern. Do you know what's in his water supply? That's how it works at the Right Anything Agency, right, Mr. Wright? You were there! You watched as a bird flew overhead and released into his water system. Huh? Huh?
Boss, it's a duty to express gratitude to your people for the...
I'm about to be yelled at for yelling. I hear the doors.
In that case, allow me to join in the festivities. I would greatly welcome a bowl of noodles.
No, you wouldn't greatly... you wouldn't like these noodles. Please. Please, no. This is even my money. It's Trucy's. I don't make money.
Huh? 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 This is deja vu from the second friggin' game in the Phoenix Wright trilogy.
I have an idea, Daddy. Why don't you just invite everybody involved with the case? The more the merrier, right? Oh, Mr. Nick, how far you've come.
Wait a sec. Do you even realize how many people are involved in this case? There's Athena, Apollo, Trucy, he's dead, Juniper, Solomon, Simon, he's in jail, she's dead, Yuri, Aurora, Metis, she's dead, never mind. You and Edgeworth. That's 12, and then the judge also wants to be part. 13 people! Bro, I'm not paying for 13 people, no!
Oh, Mr. Nick, look how far you've come. Who knew you'd grow up to be such a generous gentleman?
I'm not paying for 13 people! This isn't even my money! Including the robot, that's 15! Guys? Under these circumstances, there's only one thing I can say. Only if I get to join in.
Hey, no fair! I want to see it too!
Okay. Here we go. I get to actually say objection of my own choosing. Gonna stare and grin at me until I press it. Stare at me until I press this R button right here under my finger. Gonna... Oh no, the bailiff! I want Meekins to come! You should go yell at his freaking bullhorn! Why is this funny? They're just waiting there. Come on, Mr. Ray, do it! Right, what are you waiting for? Waiting for the perfect timing.
Objection!
Oh, I pressed it by accident! It scared the heck out of me! I scared myself! Frick! How'd I do that?
I was trying to think of something nice I could do for Polly now that he's back. I decided to go around and get a bunch of jobs for him to do. I find a lost cat, install an air conditioner, give a computer lesson. You think I should have found him a few legal cases? Ah, that's okay. This is the Right Anything Agency after all.
Why did I scare myself? I accidentally pressed R. I didn't mean to. I meant to go on for a bit longer.
Tina and Apollo are so wonderful in court. I better study as much as I can if I want to be like them. My grandma says eat lots of peppers and they'll ignite your passion. Oh, I should figure out how to grow green peppers and yellow peppers. Or maybe I should go with hot as the sun red peppers instead.
Still thinking about Apollo, huh? I shouldn't have had my finger hovering over the R button. I accidentally pressed it and scared myself.
The end of the dark age of the law, you say? How naive. Don't you know that it's sometimes necessary to get a guilty verdict? What? You're putting me under investigation. The chief prosecutor wants to see me.
He ran away! She made me run away! That's the funniest animation, honestly.
I've been asked to debut the great mass wrestler Tibetora.
Scheduled to go up against the Amazing Nine Tails next, though.
Oh, what to do, Fight to the finish.
Now you asked Mr. Demon Lawyer to be the Amazing Nine Tails.
That's not a bad idea, I bet he'd do.
So we are to meet as enemies on the battlefield.
I don't know what he said. It went by too fast. Oh, hi.
Would you believe it? I'm Alderman of the Nine Tails Vale now. Pretty impressive, huh? I took over after Rex Gilby for the good of the village. What do you say? Would you like me to leave a donation to help out? Hey you! What are you doing in here? Ha! The jig's up! Better make a run for it!
He snuck into the stage.
I'm living here now.
I thought I wanted to be an artist, but after seeing the amazing job Athena did, I started becoming genuinely interested in law. So now I'm studying for the bar exam. I'm going to prosecute Athena someday. You'll S-E-E.
I'm studying my buns off too, but not for the bar exam. I'm going to pass the famous entrance exam on my own this time. With a score of 100 points, of course.
Huh? Juniper,
Our tree will live on forever! You're retaking the bar exam, really?
I found really sweet boxes, 3 of them. It's because I want to be the legal journalist instead of a lawyer or a judge. But anyway, thanks for the trial. School newspapers. Now let's see what the fresh blood have to say in the new school paper. Our editor cried so hard at graduation rehearsal, our cardboard box got soggy.
That took... Honestly, yeah. That took a minute. Oh, hi.
One night only reunion concert. Still remember that evening of passion. President of the student council sang like no high school student I've ever heard. When she's a judge in her own courts and love to have a jam session with her. Be the coolest trial ever, yeah. And already hear it now.
It goes by so quickly, I miss a few words.
I gave this place a good cleaning from top to bottom. It's already a mess again. I guess the only thing I can do now is clean up the attitudes of the people in this office. If Mystic Maya due to come here once her training is over, simply must be done.
No, Maya is not coming here. She is banned. No, Maya is not coming. I'll set up traps.
Ha 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 ha! Humanity's dream for outer space will never die! In fact, planning for the Hat-3 rocket has already begun! Look upon me, people of great nation, and witness the glory of Yuri Cosmos! What do you... Oh, Director! Yes, rocket preparations are fully complete! Yes, you just leave everything to me! Assistant Director Yuri Cosmos!
Who is the actual director then? How are you now the assistant director? Were you not the director to begin with? Yeah. It's an Impossible Burger too, so when she even gets it,
I'm going to the moon in the new rocket. If Athena or Mommy Midas come, but which is more interesting? Montes or Marie You think they would like either one? Yay, hooray,
I'm very confused. I wonder how Miss Aura is doing. I'd rather be near Miss Aura than on the moon. Oh, Miss Aura, I just want you to use me again like you used to. What?
Ready for launch! 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, lift off!
I'm going to the moon for real this time! Wait for me, Clay! Thanks to my lord, I'm worried. I can't breathe in space, and in fact, it's cold as heck. Man, I'm getting really nervous. Yeah, I think him being beaten by her definitely caused some issues.
No, I'm not employed here. I simply came to request their services. But no one's around and I've been kept waiting for a long time. What sort of case brings you? Oh, your father was accused and you wish for Athena to defend him. Perhaps you and I shall meet in a courtroom in the near future.
The ending sequences are actually so wholesome if you think about it.
Look forward to your next month's salary assessment.
Hick! Please forgive me!
Blackwill's acquittals brought all manner of ills to the prosecutor's office. It seemed solving the case would thaw the chill. Now I owe Wright yet another debt of gratitude. I will pay him one day. You can trust on that.
Oh, he smiled! Kate is running away, too.
I'm sorry! Please, not my salary! Please! I can't afford hair gel!
But yes, I will trap, if she ever comes, I will set up a trap with an impossible burger under a box. Titanium grade box too, so she can't get out no matter how hard she tries. Though that girl is weak, so probably a cardboard box would also trap her. She wouldn't get out. But I'm gonna trap her nevertheless and ship her off to Timbuktu. She's never coming back. I refuse. I don't like her. No! She will die. She will die of suffocation in the box before she even reaches her destination. And all she'll have is an impossible burger for nourishment, and I know she'll hate it. Because she clearly doesn't like the vegetarian diet, so. Also, Fulbright's freaking freakout was very... it was scary, in all honesty. Because freaking Blackquill slashed his face open, and I was confused for a minute. Yeah, and don't mention cats. I don't think Edgar likes cats at the moment. Is Edgar even alive? There was no air holes in that either. Violet knew exactly the movie I was referencing when I said Timbuktu. You can't blame me. I found that part interesting. I can't get out of my head at this point. Wait, I don't know what I mean by that. I just confused myself. What? No, there was no holes in the box. If you recall, there was no holes. He was originally planning on sending out the cats with no holes in that freaking chest. It was a chest, too. It wasn't like a cardboard box. It was a full-on chest. Also, how... You can't even open it from the inside, can you? Ooh, that dude had a very... Why do you think there hasn't been an Aristocats, too? Because Edgar's dead. Kicked in the butt by a horse. I think his tailbone might be broken. Or he might have been killed from that. If you think about it, he could have been... He didn't move after being kicked by the horse. So his dead body was probably delivered to Timbuktu in that trunk. He probably died before the trip. Oh, what? Hello. Rocket.
I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I'll be fine.
T-minus 15 seconds. 10.
Tell himself he's
9,
fine.
8, 7.
Who's he going in space
6,
with?
5.
Aura?
4, 3,
Who's that with
2,
him?
1. Liftoff.
Oh, right, you're in jail for hostages, right. You're not going to the moon. I forgot about that.
Mr. Starbuck!
You'll be fine! Just believe in yourself!
The moon's closer than you think!
Thanks, guys. I wouldn't have made it back into space if it wasn't for you.
All right!
I like that. Why? Oh. Through the years, seen as much joy as heartache. Honesty and deceit. Just as Mr. Starbuck was able to escape the harsh pull of his fears and despair. Despair? I can't believe that hope and friendship can lift us all up tomorrow. I couldn't bring up Monokuma. He talked too quickly. You don't. Got an achievement. Turnabout for tomorrow for completion of episode 5 of Dual Destinies. But that's gonna be it for today. It was a very interesting case, and I was honestly surprised if you could not tell that I was right about Fulbright, because he was the only person that didn't seem to fit that was everywhere.